should let the cool part play, right? What's up, Rex? Oh man, still feeling like shit. What can I do? What can I do? Nothing really. My stomach's gargling. All kinds of crazy shit. So how's everyone doing on a Sunday? I hope better than me. Oh man. Oh boy. Where to start? I guess we should let a lot of people come on before I start exposing the LSL letter that Fender sent LSL. Let it play? Yeah. I don't even know what's after that. I don't even remember how to play it. That's it. Let's see what else is on there. Anything? Maybe that was the only song on that one. It's a cool song. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll get into the whole SL debacle that everyone's lying about. Everyone's lying about the whole LSL. They're only going after one guitar, and I got the 18-page letter, and there is no destruction of boutique guitars. That part of the letter was meant for the European ruling on exact copies that had Fender on the headstocks that were like the Chipsons. Everybody is bullshitting and lying about it, and no one's actually read the whole 18-page letter. And here's the other thing. What LSL and the tone nerds and everyone don't tell everybody. They even did a phase-out cycle for them. $3,900, fine, and a phase out of the Sadakoi. That's it. So is it a big deal? No. Just change the Sadakoi, phase it out, no destruction is the Sadakoi. I got the whole fucking letter. It doesn't say anything like that. I even had to put it in a video form because it was actually so long, to be honest. Is this you? Who said that? And I got to tell you guys something else that a lot of people don't understand. Let's see. I never get that right. Morgan & Morgan. Hey, what's up, Jupe? Morgan & Morgan is going after social media because it is infecting and creating mental illness in kids under 18. And if it is doing that and you haven't developed as a completely till 25, I bet there's some 25-year-olds and under, maybe even older, that haven't developed a brain, because I'm not sure everyone develops their brain by 25. But Morgan & Morgan is going after social media. If you see now, they're actually getting kids on TikTok and stuff to have to sign in and say that they're over 18. So there's a lot of shit going on. A lot of shit that no one's talking about. Again, LSL, completely lying about the whole situation. That includes the Tone Nerds and Rhett Shull, Tim Pierce, and Philip McKnight. So let me get into some other pictures. And we're going to talk about this fucking guy right here, Henning Pauly. See that minor with him? She's 15-year-old. He has a huge YouTube channel in Germany. Funny how he was friends and promoting her and throwing her around town until everyone called him a pedo, and then he went and moved back to Germany. Oh, how convenient, Mr. Pedo. I think the FBI needs to look at this fucking guy for sure. Why? He even did and here's Phil X. But what a lot of people don't know about Phil X is he's a part, and here's Henning Pauly in Germany at one of his house parties. Is this normal for a 50-year-old guy? Here's his house. Is this normal? And here he is using Alex Skolnick to do a GoFundMe to get Kiana over to NAM in Germany or Europe. GoFundMe. He started that. Isn't that transporting or trafficking a minor? The fuck is wrong with this guy? Henning Pauly. Now here's the disturbing part. See Shabak Guitars? Who is that? Tim Pierce. Rhett Scholl. Big Hairy Guitars. I don't get a problem with him. And your wonderful friend, Henning Pauly. What the fuck? And I'm supposed to not say that so many times so that these guys like toners don't try to take my video down. But you know what? That deserves a what the F. You know what I'm saying? You're trafficking a minor, and now you're all with this Jewish guitar company. Nothing against Jewish people, but you're all Rhett Scholl, Tim Pierce, and Henning Pauly. All three guys are going after Fender and creating lies. Ain't that some shit? And guess who else is on there? Your buddy Phil X. Now, I got no problem with Phil either. Yeah, there's a lot of those lawsuits going around. Now, let's see what else we got in here. So, that's very disturbing because nothing against the girl. She's 15, but she doesn't look stable. She looks like a girl that gets bullied and picked on, and he used her as a guitar student, and he did videos with her. And let me see, do I have it on here? Let's see. Do I have what they were saying? Maybe. About her. No, I didn't take a picture of it. If you go online, her name is Kiara. She was in his series of videos when he was first starting out in LA. And he made a lot of sexual innuendos about her in the videos. And he got a lot of backlash, and they deleted a lot of the videos and a lot of the comments. So what the F is that about again? This guy needs to be locked up in jail. He's doing weird crap over in Germany. He's bashing people. He's very against Trump. He's one of these woke guys. And here he is, the Jeffrey Epstein of Germany, allegedly. Because who else is he doing this to? And why did he move all of a sudden and delete all these videos? There you go. Henning, Phil X, and McKnight jamming together. There you go. You see how this little mafia clique is all together? LSL was getting guitars. I think a GD Sasquatch mentioned that they were getting paid guitars as payment, even though they said they weren't getting paid, but to help push LSL. And they're from Australia. And the one guy, I forget his name, Dave, I looked up his gear rig. It was Gibsons and Fenders. But yet he's pushing LSL. Why all of a sudden you're in Paper Kite and your band is using Gibson and Fenders mostly, and then now you're supporting LSL? Interesting. There needs to be an investigation into YouTube. I really believe that. Let's see. Now video. Let's see. Where's my video? What's this one? Let me find my videos really quick because that's where the letter is. Because it was big. Let me see. Where is video? What is this one? Tim Pierce. So let me go back just a little bit. There's that. There's a video of that. Let's see. And let's see what this one is. Uh, and I've been saying this from the beginning. This was one of my comments from a while ago. It's not just the S style. They're going after a specific guitar vintage looking sounding Fender LSL Satakoy. Just to show you, I was right the whole time. Now let me see if I can find that video for you. Let's see, library. Let's go over here. Let's see, collections, videos. All right, let's see. Did I save it? Oh, don't tell me it didn't get saved. Cause here, well, I'll do. You know what? I can go right on to where I got it from, and then show you guys. Let's see, Morgan and Morgan. Let's see, where did I have that? Was it on this side? Those are pictures, so it is on this side. Morgan Morgan. Let's look up cease and desist letter. And we're going to go into this. Let's see. Come on, you thing. Fender sent to LSL. Because I'll get you guys the link too so you could look it up. Let's see. Search. Guitar World. Let me see. Reddit. Any stray copies? Someone was looking for it. Let me see if I can find it really quick and download the letter. Let's see the actual letter. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I got it saved in my notes too. Oh, actually, you know what? If I go in here, wait, I got another way. JJ Marcel, is this you? Who's asking if that's me with Dave? Someone's asking. Someone asked me if that's me with Dave. No, that's not me. Thanks to you, CJ. Wednesday. Need help. That was Tom. Let's see. Post. Let's see. I'm going to have to find it again. Man, I'll find it right while I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, it went to F Indeed. So let me just find this real quick. Because, man, cease and desist. It took me a long time to find this, but it should pop up. Fender. To, you know how you search it. Let me see. Here it is. So this is what it says on the overview. Targeting S-style shaped guitars, the letter demands that builders halt production, recall existing and destroy it. This is from Yamaha musicians. This is how stuff gets out there and is not correct. And the pushback. Let me see. Let's see. Usually it's in red when you've clicked on it. Let's see. Actual copy. We'll find it. We'll word it different. Because it took me a while with different wordings. It's 18 pages. Any stray copies? Let's see. Let me go on Reddit. Reddit's got a lot of stuff. Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. Sign in. And that's the other thing. No one's got a list. Let's see. 6 days to deadline. Man, where did I find that? It couldn't have been Guitar World. No way. Let's check Guitar World. Yeah, she's 24 now, but he started those videos a long time ago when he was first starting out. So he was probably about 40. So that would have put her around 14, 15 years old. So there you go. Let's see, McKnight. So they even list in Guitar World as documents pertained by YouTubers Philip McKnight and Tone Nerds, which they didn't show you the whole copy. Let me see. So it might have been Guitar World. The LSL started to GoFundMe. Let me see. PRS meant. Come on, baby. Where are you? Read more. It's not loading quick enough either. Wonder if I can access it from my phone. No, that's the whole Guitar World thing. Stratocaster electric guitars, toner, Fender. Because there is a get off of there. I hate all these ads when you go look for stuff. Instagram, Fender C LSL confirmed. Fender versus guitar industry. Where's the letter? Canon Armo. Let's see. Is it in the luthiers? See, the problem is everyone's talking about it, and I sent a copy to Tennis Nuts and Jerry. They both read it. It's 18 pages. Half of it's in German, and then it converts to something else. And I thought I did a video on it. Let me check my photos again. That's Paul Gilbert. How did I not save that? Let me just check this video really quick. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Let's see, library, collections. Yeah, I don't know what I did with it. Did I put it somewhere? Recently saved? Nope. Favorites? Nope. Map screenshots. Nope. Yeah. I came unprepared. What happened? I thought I recorded that. Wait a second. Nope, nope, nope. Today. Recent days today. Let's look at today's stuff. No, it's not in there. Live. There's videos. That's not in there. There's my kid. Is it in live photos? Oh, it goes backwards. I forgot. I'm sorry, everybody. Please forgive me. Technical difficulties. No, I don't know what I did with it, but I'm going to have to find it again. Let's see. How did I find that? I wonder if it's in here. Guitar.com. Let me ask this. Actual. Cease. And desist. And I also talked to Steve from Bellatone Records. What a nice guy. I talked to him again. It's in a PDF file, this letter. Yeah, it's from Bird and Bird to U.S. boutique builders, fully exposed, read blah blah blah. So Guitar World or whatever didn't do the full letter either. Let me see. Man, Fender Strat. Let me see in their Fender page. No, I don't see it either. The company disagrees with Fender. I have it stored in my notes. I wonder if I could send it back to myself. Oh yeah, but it's in my phone. Tennis, it's in my phone. Wait, can you? Hey, maybe you could email it to me. No, would I get it in my email? Yeah, email it to me at jittboy at yahoo.com. Because I can go into my, I think I can go into my Yahoo email. Can you do that, Tennis Nuts? Mick Jagger was 44. His girlfriend wasn't born yet. Yeah, but he wasn't messing with a minor at the time either, I don't think. Yeah, I know it's on my phone. I wonder if I can let me think. I would have to I wonder. No, I don't think I can go out of my phone and get that. I'm trying to think how else I can get it because some of it's linked to my phone. Maybe Guitar Camp. Oh, there's Stevie. Wait, did I send it to him? I don't know if I. No, I didn't send it to him. Ah, close, but no cigar. Wednesday need help. Monday. I think that's. I don't know who that is. What's that? Oh. No, I don't have it in my other emails. But yeah, I got the whole letter. Yeah, there's Steve right there. You're the man. Let's talk about Bellatone guitars. I know he doesn't want to get into certain things right now, but he's actually we're going to talk about him maybe bringing two guitars. And what's up, Steven? We're going to maybe do a video and talk about his guitars and the specs of the guitars and all the parts on the guitars. It will probably negate some of what Phil said about the guitars, and he makes a lot of the parts in house, so we can have. And you're Steve. You're in Miami, right? I I could have sworn he said you were Canadian based in that video where he packaged up the guitar, but you're actually Miami based, so you're not far from me. You're like 45 minutes from me. At the most, an hour and a half if you're in Kendall. You sent to my Yahoo? All right, let me see. But yes, Steve from Bellatone's an incredibly nice guy. Which I appreciate. You know, let's see. Yahoo Mail. Let's see if I can get in. Let's see. USA affiliates, Beals. Oh, so I'm in my email. I don't see it yet. And you sent it to jittboy. And don't add the one, just jitboy at yahoo.com, right? Let me go into my inbox really quick. Vehicle, Premier credit cards. I don't think I got it yet. It because it's a big file. So I got my email open. I'll wait for it to come in, and then we'll show the letter. But yeah, so talking to Steve and hearing his story and everything, it was an incredible story. When I watched the video on what Phil did, um, I thought it was tasteless in my opinion. And after talking to Steve and seeing what a nice guy he is, and he's a family guy and a hardworking guy, it it kind of validated what Rob Chapman said, where he almost had to sue McKnight. And what was saddening about the whole thing is how he aired that, but he makes really great guitars. Like if you go on Bellatone guitars, they're unbelievable, and they're not like clone copies of stuff. So that's what's up, Mr. Night Owl? So that's incredible as well. So so let me see. Let me see if it's come in yet. Lending vehicle registration. Premier Bells. I haven't got it yet, man. Let me just check my pages. Fender sent me something though. And a lot of his stuff is incredibly built. And if you saw where I posted, like, it kind of was a black guitar with like a cool bridge. That was one of his guitars in my picture. Yeah, see, he's based out of Miami. So I mean, he's a local guy. So that was even he's one of my peeps in my hood. So again, I was like, what? So I learned more and more about the whole situation by talking to Steve and seeing where he was at, and I was like confused about the whole situation. He's a Miami guy, and and I looked at the guitars, and they're incredibly built, and the parts aren't like anything you've seen before. So it's a very nice. He's got a lot of nice guitars, and I think is Jerry on here? I think there was an article that said that DiMarzio possibly would pick you up or do something with you. I saw that. No, I didn't get it yet, man. Oh, let me check. Oh, wait. Let me check my trash. Sorry, tennis nuts. Trash or spam? No, no. Let's see. Spam. Sometimes it comes in like that. Oh, here you go. I got it. It was in my spam. So here's the actual link. I'm going to hold this up for a second so you guys can kind of read it. It's long because it's a big file. Let me see if I click on it. Oh, I can't. Can I open that? Or I can copy it though. So we're going to copy the link. Copy. There we go. Here it is, baby. Now you can see how big this letter is. See, 18 pages? Now watch this. I'll get to the American part of it. And you can see me scrolling through it. It's an 18-page letter. Thank you, Tennis Nuts. You're a lifesaver. Because the first part is in German, because it went through the EU. This letter for LSL came through Europe. Let's see. I missed something. Okay, sent to Yahoo. Good evening, everybody. You have correct email? Yeah, that's Phil X in the one picture. Munich. Companies found. Still in German. All right, let me go to the signing of this. Is this the copy? Yep, let me go to the beginning. So here's the actual LSL. You can see it's sent to them. And this is the letter. If you copy that PDF, and if anyone wants it, send me a link to my Yahoo Mail. It's JITTBOY. You can copy the link and paste it in your browser, and you'll have the whole letter. And you can go through it, and you can look and see if I'm lying, because it is long. LLS copyright infringements, Stratocaster body shape, Fender Musical Corporation, Scottsdale, Arizona, blah blah blah. Our client subject in 1954. They go through the whole Strat thing. That they even have the Satakoy listed as, Lance created this whole thing off of that. The design in recent years under established case law, blah blah blah. Based on your legal defender's body shape and blah blah blah. The court applying this take principle in the account of the body, but emphasize. So it's got like little side notes in there. I read the whole thing, and Tennis Nuts read it too. Fender holds the right to a Stratocaster body shape, distribution, blah blah blah. LSO under designation Satakoy, and that is the Satakoy, which is a direct copy, even a Fender color. We appreciate the copies of our client's famous Stratocaster have been in the market. However, the judgment court Germany, it is now clear that our client is constitute copyright infringement. Our client is resolved to assert its rights and will enforce them in order to keep the market free of infringing copies of the Stratocaster body shape. Your company, blah blah blah, Stratocaster will be able to continue to market electric guitars which are sufficiently distinct from the Stratocaster. Our client, blah blah, you have until May 25th. If you conform, you comply to this and this, fail to the deadline, and blah blah blah. So we'll have to see what happens. But this is just a cease and desist letter. There's no destruction of anything in LSL. So everybody's lied about that. And if you read some of it, it's saying apply the most recent UE standards determined by the court decision, confirm that it's a Stratocaster shape. They're not saying to use the EU ruling to destroy all existing inventory. That was a direct copy with a Fender logo from a Chinese manufacturer making fake copies like the Chipson. Yeah, I can post a link. So what I'll do, maybe I'll just do maybe I'll do a post. I'll do a post, and I'll post the link in my thing, so you can actually take a snapshot or whatever, or just copy the link. I'll copy and post the link. Thank you, Pawn Shop. Yeah, I'll post the link somewhere so you guys can get it, and that way you can read the whole. So 9 page of it is in American, 9 page of it is from the EU, and there is nothing about destroying existing inventory. All it says is you have to pay a $3,900 fine, and you can phase it out and stop making it. They didn't even say you have to destroy anything. They said you can phase it out. They were giving you a time period to phase it out. How come no one's saying that? It's in the letter. They all lied about the letter, including Tone Nerds. Those guys, if you lie about the letter and you have it, like the Tone Nerds, they should be taken down. They should be sued by Fender for spreading false misinformation and misrepresenting a letter that they have no legal action or have that letter. I got mine from Google through some kind of website. I had to look it up. It took me hours to find it. Hours. And I was able to track it down and find it. I forgot now because I did it while I was sick. So there you go on that. 18-page letter. 9 of it's in English. 9 of it is in German. But why are they all lying about it? It's one guitar from LSL and the Silver Sky from PRS. And the only reason why that happened is because Chris Fleming went to work from Fender to PRS, LSL, which LSL then threw PRS under the bus because you want us to get rid of the Satakoy, but what about PRS? So the LSL is the one that started that shit against PRS. Oh, I can put it in this video? I wonder how I get it in the video. Wait a second. I get an idea. Let me copy the link again and see if I can get on my own live stream. Let's see. Let me see. Can I do this? It's from WordPress.com. Let me copy the link, right? Let me go into YouTube. Let's see. Let me see if I can go on my own live stream while I'm live. Let me go in here, my channel. There's my live stream. Let me chat. Let me post the link. Oh, it's in there. Here it comes. Watching the bottom of your screen. Jip Boy. There it is. You got it right there. Ah, see, there is a way. I can post in my own videos while I'm talking. That's a first. It's a new one. The link is in there, right there. You can see my name is highlighted in yellow. There you go, right there. That's it. That's it. Jit's going live on Jit. Man, that's funny, right? And I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but I know Rex liked the song. Let me play you part of the... I got a really cool part in one of my songs. It's a country lick done metal. Let me play you the song, because I don't know if you guys remember this one. I don't usually play this. Then I can have a break. Hey, Allison. I was just showing the cool break in this right here. It's a country lick. I don't know if you like that lick. I don't know if it's the one I did the other day. It was something like that I was doing. Jesse Craig. That was funny. Oh, by the way, I actually set this up and put new strings on it. There you go. That's something like the lick. I don't remember, but this sounds great with the new strings. So there you go. Well, we got Steve from Bellatone Guitars. I hope I'm saying that right, Steve. He's in here. We're gonna do something with him. We're gonna help him, and again, and I you know, we'll talk about we'll set up maybe something with him. We'll talk about doing a video, maybe bringing some of his guitars, and we'll do a video on him. And then maybe later on, after things are more situated with him, he can come on and he can tell you all the discrepancies in the Philip McKnight video and what happened. I know what happened. I don't know if he's okay. Steve, are you okay with me telling the story? And let them come after me? Because I'll do that too. Yeah, I use I have a Tascam 24, and then I go into Pro Tools. You don't hear the Dominant 7? It's in there. I threw it in there for you. We start rehearsals. Patrick was saying that he would be able to start not the 27th, but the 28th. But I got sick, so I'm working on some of the stuff already. And, like, Heaven and Hell has a lot of parts, And I always want to play Holy Diver. What is it? And I keep messing those two up because Holy Divers, so it's almost the same thing. And then the same. So you got Heaven and Hell and stuff like that. And I was working on, stuff like that. No, that's Sabotage. So I was working on stuff, but it's funny. I started to because it brought back the memory of the Sabotage, like listening to more of the Sabbath. I had a weird mind. But I gotta get started on. I know most of the stuff, like the Over the Mountain and stuff. The with the that kind of stuff. That was wrong, but I know that stuff. What else do I know? Like the Mob Rules, Neon Nights. All that we all know all that. We've already played all that. So I was learning some new ones for my singer Joey. So Joey's gonna sing. So that we'll probably around the 27th, 28th. We'll probably start. I don't know if you guys want me to record a rehearsal. I'll see if they're okay with that. Because I got my old phone. I could bring that mic stand and I could do it through my little condenser mic, my iPhone mic. Wango Tango. Yeah, it's very similar actually. And that's what, sometimes I start mixing songs up, not on stage, but like because there's so many songs that sound the same. I'm like, man, that's crazy. Like the Sabbath thing, Heaven and Hell. Bow, 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 bow. It almost sounds like Holy Diver. But they are very similar. But then you start mixing up the Sabbath songs because he does play a lot in E. A lot of the songs, like Children of the Great, they're all the same chords. They're just different riffs. And there's stuff that I've played for a long time, like Paranoid's hard to forget, Crazy Train's hard to forget, Rainbow in the Dark's hard to forget, that kind of stuff. Fairies Wear Boots, we're doing that one. That one I got to go back over. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, we're going to do. I don't know. I got a list somewhere. There's an hour and a half of music. It's like an hour and a half. What were some of the other ones? I'd have to look them up. My memory is bad anymore. I'll need someone reading a chart in my ear monitor. Or I'll have to have fucking Lessons 365 on a monitor screen while I'm playing. Dominant 7th. Sweet Leaf's another. Yeah. Sweet Leaf's another. And then, and it's weird because when you listen to the riffs with Ozzy, they were one way, and then you listen to the riffs with Dio, they're another way. Tony, it's still Sabbath, but Tony wrote, like, it had a different sound, and even though it was the same tonality, it had, like, a different sound with Dio as opposed to Ozzy. Like, with Dio, it was more, it was more uniform. 2 of these, 4 of these, 2 of these. Where with Ozzy, it was almost like a jam band kind of thing. The Sweet Leaf? Yeah, I wish. I was never a one of those guys. Too late for the lesson? No. There's actually Cool Breeze. There's if you go back through the comments, I just posted the link to the LSL Fender and Deceased list, which has nothing in there with destroying LSL guitars. It's a phase out, a $3,900 fine, and they had given them a chance to change it and phase out what they already made and get rid of them all. Nothing about Tomorrow's Dream is a good one too. Into the Void's good. This is Sabbath. Yeah, some of their songs just play the Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. That's a great album. That didn't get no credit. Like a lot of people blew that off. But yeah, so there's a big misconception about the cease and desist letter. McKnight and Tone Nerds are the ones pushing that false. Like if you go back to the Philip McKnight, this is how disingenuous he is. He holds up one page of a redacted letter. The American letter is 9 pages long. And a lot of people, oh, they're going after all these boutique builders. There's only two, LSL and now PRS. And if they were going to go after PRS, they would have did that before LSL as the Silver Sky is a bigger selling guitar than the Sadakoi. But LSL dragged them into that. That's how that happened, and they got a letter second. Just so you guys know. That's all the BS from LSL. And LSL is giving guitars to people like the Tone Nerds. Listen, they got maybe 700 more subscribers than me. They're not that bigger of a channel than mine, but they've sided with LSL, and I don't know how they know them, or if it's a cousin or somebody, or they know they're friends of Rhett Scholl, or their friend. I don't know their connection between them and LSL, but the guy Lance says on the LSL page the Sadakoi was basically a direct ripoff of a Holy Grail, but we made it better. What did you make better? The pick guard, the body shape, the frets? What did you make better on that guitar? The wiring, the pickups? Because it even has the same instrument jack. Like, what is better on there? Yeah, everything LSL's making is a copy. Oh, this guitar? You have a Wolfgang that looks like that from China? That's an NOS. That I got. There's only 400 of those. But that guitar's $3,000. Now, here lies the problem. If you have an actual copy of that and you're some scumbag and you sell it to some kid for 15 that's 15 years old and his dad doesn't know shit about guitars and he actually pays you say 2,000, I'll give you a deal. They're $3,000 with tax. Just give me $2,100. That 15-year-old gets on the guitar. Is he going to know what a real one feels like? I don't think so. That's what they're trying to stop by destroying all that, those fake Fenders. So someone tried to buy a whole container of so many guitars or whatever it was through Allied Express. They got caught because they pulled the things off and it said Fender on the headstocks, which they weren't. So they were importing illegal guitars. That's why they wanted them destroyed. Yet it only applies to EU that they had to discontinue the Strat copy. Here they called it a phase out. Yeah, but Gibson just won that big lawsuit last year with Dean. And I think Gibson is going to go back after PRS because that set a huge precedent. They won like 3 or 4 body shapes. The only one that they didn't win was the 335 because it's semi-acoustic and it had to be made that way. That one they lost. But because that would see, everyone's talking about the lawsuit of the EU lawsuit against the fake copies, but that ain't why they're going after companies here. Fender's going after the companies not because they won a ruling. They're going after them because Gibson won a ruling last year in 2025. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. The lighter one? This one? On my right. This is my right. Let me see. So it would be that way. This way? That's my left. My right's this way. What are you seeing in my... Which one are you looking at? This brownish golden one? You said EVH, didn't you? The lighter one, it's a real one. Oh, it's a real one. The one you get's a real one from China. Yeah, they started making them. Yeah, they got hit. Oh, it's not a fake, but it's the one made from China. Yeah, Indonesia. Oh, that was called the EXP. That's not a bad guitar. The one from Korea or Indonesia, it's called the EXP. That's not a bad guitar either. What's up, Mechanic Jams? Yeah, this one here is this is a USA NOS. Yeah, and that's the other thing. They're making copies of the Surhead stock on the LSL. Yeah, I don't know if small boutique builders are going to go after each other just because of the money thing. And LSL cries that they're not a big company, it's mom and pops. But if you're hiring Chris Fleming from Fender, he's a 20-year master luthier that ran the Fender fucking custom shop at some point. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's not working for less than 100 grand a year. You did a live Saturday? Yeah, I was so sick, man. I did one Saturday just for like an hour just to let everyone know. You love the old lawsuit guitars from the 80s, like the Ibanez one? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. LSL should exist, but they should be better than. So the actual patent law says the reason why it goes into public domain is not to copy the guitar, it's to make it better, to improve upon the design. That includes not making the same design with the three-way or the five-way switch with the tone. What did they got? Volume, tone, right? Everything is looks identical to that. You know what I mean? Like this, the Squire. It looks LSL looks like it identical. The same pickup selector, the same tailpiece, the same jack, the same knobs. They can't even put the pickup. At least copy Charvel and tilt the pickup the other way. I mean, what are you creating on that guitar that's better? That the patent's supposed to have you make better. You're not making it better. You're copying it exactly. Even the pick guard. Like if you look at the pick guard, the way it comes out from around like this tailpiece, it goes down. You look at some of the fenders like that, it's an exact copy. The lawsuit Takamine, yeah, yeah. So like PRS did great on the Telly. The Telly, that NF53 looks nothing or sounds like nothing like a Telly. And to be honest, I love a Telly shape. I'm not a big fan of a Telly sound because I can use a Strat to get that. But like the PRS is a great guitar. You know, does the PRS look identical to the Fender? It's not even close. I can hold both the PRS and the Fender Telly up. They're not even close. And it's like P90 P90 and their pickup. Nothing looks too close. It doesn't even have that ashtray tailpiece on there. It's crazy. Ron Jeremy Thorne. FCS random off. Yeah. What's for sale that's a good deal? All the fenders. Oh man. We can all write to LSL. Hey, I'd like to buy one of your copies for $500. Take them off your hands before you get sued. What they cost us 4,000 to make? Bullshit. It's funny how that is. But a lot of people want to justify bashing Fender. And that's why Bud Cole got mad. And listen, Bud Cole's not new to Fender. He worked for Fender and Servco out of my Hawaii for 15, 20 years. He's been with the company. So they're like, oh, it's a new CEO. He's not new to the company. He just went after certain companies because Gibson opened the door from last year's lawsuit where it was a copyright infringement, where Fender lost that copyright kind of idea. And then they won in EU on the direct copies. Yeah, you can put piezo pickups in a key, so it'll sound like anything you want. And that's a great idea too. You know what I mean? I mean, this is this is a S style guitar made by Ibanez. That looks nothing like a Fender. So Ibanez did it great. Their headstock's different. It, you can you could probably do set neck or a neck through style Fender. You know what I mean? Yeah, GNLs are really nice too. You can go on Guitar Center's page and find some really good deals on the GNLs. They got like one of the Honey tellies over there for $400. They just took that in. If that stays there, I'll buy another GNL. I actually like GNL better than Fender. That's my opinion. I think that Leo actually took his design of like the winding of the pickups and some of the wiring, and I think that it sounds better than a Fender to me. Yeah, I'm a Floyd Rose guy too. The hip shot and the Kiesel, yeah, that thing's crazy cool. Resale? Resale. Yeah, you can always do what Philip McKnight does too. You can go in there and buy all these used guitars, make friends with Gabe and buy all these guitars for your benefit. I just think Phil wants a job at fucking Guitar Center, and I don't agree with Guitar Center's doing. Here's the hypocrisy behind this. All these guys that are against what Fender's doing, right? Corporate greed and blah 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 and blah. Well, Guitar Center is a private company. They're owned by what? Carlisle, Aries, and Bridge something. Those are huge billion-dollar companies running. But if they go public and you can buy stock in there, what are you buying? What are you buying for the name? What do you get in your stocks? They're using Fender, Gibson, and Gibson's opening these Gibson garages. There's one coming here in September. It's opening in September. The Gibson garage. Again, Gibson I mean, eventually somebody's gonna get smart enough. Maybe Fender pulls PRS in and they open fucking Starbucks inside and rent part of the building out. Maybe they buy the building like a McDonald's franchise. They put the money down. The second year rolls around, they get to write it off in taxes. They get prime real estate. Even if the Gibsons and Fenders went belly up, they can sell that free real estate for millions upon millions of dollars. Why do you think there's a Burger King, a Wendy's, a McDonald's in every corner? Because it's a corporate takeover of real estate. They're not about selling hamburgers. It's about prime real estate and writing it off on the second year around and claiming red and getting all the tax money back. What's up, William? Yeah, the Ernie Ball Music Man's really good too. Now I had a chance to buy a Music Man over this. They had a Sunburst one. They they were too flat in the body for me. They were very flat. Now if it was the purple one, I may have pulled the trigger. But I played both of them, and this killed the Music Man for me. Tone wise, the neck on this. I mean, I'll show you the back of the neck. The neck on this was really nice. You could see the flame on there and the bird's eye. Whoops. In that dent that I just put on there. I don't know if you could see that. Let me see. Can we put the light on it? Let me turn the light and see if we can get it down on the neck. What's that do? Oh, that's in my eyes. Can you see on the neck? Yeah, now you can see it, right? That's crazy. This is a beautiful guitar. You can see it even on in the frets. It's a beautiful guitar. I don't know. Can you see me better now? That's pretty bright into my face. It lights up my face like a ghost. The ghost of Jip Boy. My first, the new Majesty costs over 11K. Yeah, some of the stuff is a little ridiculous. You know, even the Sterlings are at $1,000. I looked at something the other day, and I'm like, Sterling. Sterling makes a copy of it's the Sterling Axis, which is a copy of the Music Man. They want like $800. I'm like, get out of here for a copy. Yeah, yeah. Kiesel will build you a badass guitar for 3 grand, 2,500 and up. If you don't get, excuse me, if you don't get crazy on the build. Yeah, so this is a new old stock supposedly. How true it is, who knows? Eddie Van Halen picked out a bunch of wood for custom shop builds, and he ended up the contract. You know, Jerry boys. You just pulled out your Gibson Les Paul. My Epiphone version is just as good. It's true. I mean, the problem is the machining has gotten so good now. The CNC machines and the CADs that they use and the computer systems are, when you upgrade to the brand new models, are just, it's like the new iPhones. I mean, the new iPhone is better than the iPhone that was 15 years, 10 years ago. It's just, they're made better. As technology grows, things get caught up. You know, like Fractal and the Nano Cortex or Quad Cortex, the Kemper. A lot of these are catching up to each other. I mean, now, like, I don't agree that Kemper should do a touchscreen. I like the fact that you can control everything with dials and have the ability with the computer inside. I just like the fact that, what's up? Is it Essie? Closer? Yeah, so I like the fact that I can still control stuff like a regular amp live and then go into the digital world. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, if I didn't tell you I was using Kemper and I just was going, are you going to know that that was an amp? By listening to me through whatever, your phone or your computer or your surround sound. I mean, it's got to sound like a real guitar through a digitally processed server that sends it back out that's compressible. If you didn't know I had the Kemper behind me or what I use, the speakers, I have a full PA in here that I use as monitors. There's two 15-inch subs, an 18-inch sub. I got Turbo Sound IQ 15s. There's 6 of them in here. I got some 12s over there. There's a lot of watts in this room. I have to actually turn, I only got one 15 on now, and it's turned completely towards my wall because of feedback. Yeah, the Epiphones are a better value. I mean, they've been raising the prices of Les Pauls. Now, I can tell you, I get pro player price from Les Paul. I pay $500 for a custom shop. You're going to be pissed that I said that, but I don't care. $500 I can get a custom shop for. If you work for Guitar Center, you pay half price. So if it's a $2,300 guitar, you pay $1,000 as an employee of Guitar Center. They make deals with the employees. That's how much the cost is raised. But you have a middleman in there that's raising the cost. Everyone wants to blame Fender for raising costs. It's not just Fender. It's also the middleman, Guitar Center. The mom and pops, they still got to make money off of it. You know, so like if I get pro player price, which is their cost for $500 for a custom shop, that's I get a better deal as an artist as opposed to an employee from Guitar Center. But if you're they're not going to give pro player pricing to a mom and pop shop. You know what I'm saying? They're just not going to do that. So they have to make $1,000 per guitar. You know what I mean? So there's the 1,500, and then Guitar Center wants to make $1,000 a guitar. You know what I mean? So now it's at $2,500. That's where the price is. Yeah, yeah, that's a wild price, but that's only for artists. That's all. That's strictly for artists. That's artists. That's pro player price. So don't ask me to buy you everybody you want. Yeah, so like that's a huge difference, but and I would have to check again to see if that's still what they're charging pro players, but that's what I would pay. And Russ Maxwell, who played 16 years with Molly Hatchet, lives an hour from me. He's a good friend. He still gets Gibson pro player pricing as well. So there's a lot of people who still do that. I mean, I haven't been with a signed band in a long time, but because I write for artists, I have an EVH deal where I get strings. Now that ends at the end of the year. You know what I mean? But it's not a big deal for me. And they asked if I go back on tour, they would be willing to do amps. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do a deal with anybody. Now, like I told Steve, I said, one of the things that I might be able to help you do is if he makes a bass, and we have to talk about this, if he makes a bass for Dave and a guitar for me, which I don't know if I would be able to play it the whole time, and I don't know if I would want to play it for every single show as far as the whole show, but we can play each bass and the guitar and put out the word. These are Bellatone guitars. At the end of the tour, we're going to give them back to Steve, and we're going to have the whole band sign it, and he can auction them off to help his company and the damage that Phil's done to it. So I want to help Steve from Bellatone Guitars a lot. He's a super nice guy. And after a couple conversations with him, I there's no doubt in my mind the kind of person he is. He's like a humble, very nice guy, and he thinks about things a lot. And for me, he got fucked over by Phil McKnight. And here's the other problem. A lot of these YouTubers don't understand the power of persuasion. Now, some of them, like Henning Pauly does. He said, I was watched this video about reality. It's a new video. And I said, I love how you subliminally or psychologically throw the word in or the idea in to get people to think, oh, I, I don't care about your view on ice or your view on this. That's up to you. But what I'm saying is, no, that's a psychological game that you're playing with fire with people. And when you have like guys that have like 1 million followers, even like a Mr. Beast, what's he got, 200 million followers? How many of those people out of 200 million people are probably crazy or have a mental illness? Thanks, man. Yeah, I want to help him out a lot because I really like his guitars. I've never played one, but I love the way they look. And he's a hometown guy here out of Florida. And he sounds like a really nice guy to me. Whatever I can do to help him. Now, what a lot of people don't understand, too, is I heard a lot of people complaining about AI again. Now, AI is going to be beneficial to a lot of you guys. Someone asked me, how is that, Jip Boy? Let me explain this one. AI is the wave of the future for record labels and new artists, where the labels can save a lot of money. But a lot of people aren't considering this. It's going to make cover bands and tribute bands more valuable as live music where they can up your pay. You can up your pay because AI can't affect that part of the music industry. It's going to be more beneficial for cover bands to go out, have fun, here we get $700 to $1,200 a gig as a cover band. Now that might be 15 to 2,500, and the actual wedding bands might go from 3,500 on up. Like I was getting $2,500 for an hour and a half show as a tribute band. That's not that much less than an actual Quiet Riot that would get $5,000. It's half the money for like a tribute band. Now that might actually boost us, because what is happening is a lot of these real bands like Quiet Riot are becoming tribute bands, and they're the ones getting the high number. Well, the AI and all this is going to start boosting the lower bands and bringing them up. It's kind of like the industry with guitars and the build. It's going to start catching up to each other. Cover band, this AI is going to help the regular person that wants to go out and have fun, and it's going to push them up into that same category, like a fractal, and the Valtone is catching up, and all this, and speakers are catching up, and CNC. This is going to help create a funnel of live cover bands and live music again, because AI can't do it live. Yeah, he's one of the top YouTubers. Yeah, of course they'd make him a signature guitar. So now that's an interesting point right there. So did you know if you want a signature guitar from Gibson, you pay your 6,500 to 8K, you make two changes to a Les Paul or two changes to an SG, and there's your signature. So you can take an SG, right? Put a Floyd on there and cut this horn short and change the body contour on the back and the neck and heel joint. Or make it a bolt-on neck. Automatic. The Jizzy Boy guitar. The Brooklyn guitar. Whatever you want. Pay the money. You can have whatever you want. How much did Corey Feldman get paid for his masterclass? I'm sure not as much as the other guys ripping people off, like the Andy Woods and... Yeah, a lot of stuff's catching up. I mean, look at Tonex. You can get Tonex in the... Tonex came from Amplitude, and then it became Tonex. Like, I still have that on my phone. Yeah, same with speakers. I mean, look at... Do you remember in the old days, like those big tower speakers and how thousands of dollars they cost? Now you get... And then Bose came out for a little $3,000 speaker where you can plug your iPhone in. Now you can buy them at Goodwill for $100. But now everything's catching up. You got AI integrating with amplifiers. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I would definitely get... So like I would do a scallop neck from probably 14 fret up with steel frets, and I'd put a Floyd Rose on a SG. Cut that one horn off, square it off, and I'd do the heel contour, maybe with a bolt-on neck. Corey's the next level shredder. You thought I was turning into Jimmy Baker for a second. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that can go on. I mean, there's all kinds of... Like, I mean, look at this guitar. It's kind of like a Charvel, but when you start looking at the back of this, and then you start to realize that's nothing like a Charvel. The horns are a different length. I mean, it's just different. And I put Diodarics on this. I actually had to go out and buy a and this what a nice playing guitar this is. You know, like they do the heel contours and stuff in there for access. It's like at an angle. I don't know if you can see that. You know, same thing with the DiMarzios. They were the only company that could do the cream pickups. never thought to do that. Yeah, and you know, the other night, I don't know if you guys caught where I was talking about on your neck. If you're playing, you like if you're playing in G major a lot, this is open. All your open strings is E pentatonic. You can use your open strings to get from position to position, and I did this the other day. There's your G note, which is G major, your relative major to minor. Pull off, and that's a G string. What's the fifth of the G? D. And then resolve it. So you can use those open strings for a lot of cool licks. Yeah, this has a really cool neck on it too. This is built out of a weird wood, Jacoba, or something. Fish. I can play with anything. The whammy pedal that's built into here. There's a whammy pedal built into the Kemper. But I use a pitch. I use a pitch wah filter when I record, and then I also put the pitch delay on when I record. So when you hear this kind of stuff, let me see. And the guitars on my actual tracks are triple tracks. That. That's 3 guitars right there. Yeah, the real Ottawas are really badass because it's just it's time. That kind of stuff. And then the pitch is like, so I use an Ottawa at 27%. I use a pitch delay at 37%, and it creates a weird effect. Especially when you're doing that stuff, or those weird short licks. One half step lower than the key, and it becomes pentatonic major or something. It's supposed to be, yeah, it's supposed to be 3 half steps down, but that's untrue. So if you're playing pentatonic, and you move this 3 steps down, which is the minor, that's not major pentatonic. That's a lie. Whoever told you that lied to you. I'm sorry, bro. So here's the thing. If I play G major, and I move that 3 down, 1, 2, 3, that's my relative minor. Now if I go up, E, F, what is that? G. So, relative major to minor is 3 back. Relative major to major to minor is 6. G, A, B, C, D, E. But to take the same minor scale and move it back, that doesn't work. Now, if you do that from, I guess if you did it from, and you left out the E string, yes. But you're still playing in F sharp minor, even though you're in a major key. And you're adding the flat 5 as well. So that's a lie. But what it does is, adding the flat 5, you're playing in D major. But that C doesn't go with the D. Now you can play D major over G major because it's the 5 to the 1. Then you start getting weird combinations in there. You play C major. So if you got C major, you can add that half step on here, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the flat 7. And there's your flat 7. Flat 5. But where are all those notes coming from? Your C major and your D major scales. Because G is major, C is major, D is major in a G major scale. Same thing like if you play E minor, B minor, let's see. So you play A minor, B minor, E minor. So that scale stays the same through your minor positions, but in your major, they should stay major. That's how all those notes would work together. Yeah, yeah. So like if you take this major scale and you play it, there's your major pentatonic, but that's not the same shape as your minor pentatonic because the minor note has to move in. So if you're playing A minor, major, minor. So the scale can't be the same in a different position because one's minor and one's major. Yeah, it's true. So if you're playing, so then you start taking your triads. You got C major, C major, D major. And then you start looking, well, the D major has an F sharp in there. The F sharp has the flat 5 in the chord. So where's that note come from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then you start looking for that flat 5. It comes from your D major scale. So the flat 5 is automatic in your D major, and the flat 7's in your C major scale. But no one tells you that. And then when you start getting into like a 9, like if you like a 9, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's an A note. So, but A is the second degree of your scale. But if it only goes up into an octave of being 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Flat 13, raised 13. So so it repeats the scale over and adds the number as you're continuing. So if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what is actually a 9? Your 2 note, which is an A. 2. And that confuses people. Well, an A7 or an A9 chord. It's just you're adding the 7th or the 9th degree of the scale that you're in. It's kind of crazy. Why they do that, I don't know. It's the same thing. Like if you're playing A minor pentatonic, but they don't tell you. Take all those notes out of the A minor pentatonic and build chords off them. Don't just play the A chord. Now you can play it if you're in A minor. Play the 1, 4, 5. A, D, and E. And use all these notes. Here's an A chord. You can use any note in that scale. It's so crazy. So you can build songs off of just one key with a 1, 4, 5. Then if you're playing in minor, now if you want to make that A major and play it in 1, 4, 5, then those all become major scales. So all your scales just go with those chords. It's an easy way to play. Pattern and position. So if you're playing 1, 4, 5s, you can pick out a 1, 4, 5 in minor or 1, 4, 5 and play it major. And your scale will dictate what your notes are, because you're either playing A minor, D minor, and E minor, or you're going to play A major, D major, and E major. That's the perfect way. And whatever your root note is for your first note, your 1, you go a half step down and there's another minor. Or you're half diminished. It's that easy. And you don't have to make it that hard. Yeah, you can add the 2s and 7s, or a 9. Rat did. You know what I mean? A cello or flute, anything in the orchestra is fine by you. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, and you can play inside. You can play any note inside a pentatonic scale. So I could go. And then you're fine, because you're not going outside of the scale. You're playing all chromatic inside the scale, even if you string skip. It just depends how you resolve. So you get an A, you get an D, and you get an E in minor. That easy. You play Careless Whisper. I play solo. Solo, no one can hear me. Yeah. Where's that guy Whiten that asked if I was gay? He called ass, didn't he? even just some legato stuff. There's your 7 with your 5. So you get your 7. 5, 7. And add them. It's tasty. Like what was it Brooklyn said? Was it Brooklyn? So you can add that 7 and stuff in the kind of holiday. So I do this a lot. This off to my A. Mechanic Jam. He's got a great channel too. I love the funk stuff he does. So, and for everybody that tuned in late, if you go back in this video, you won't be able to get to link because I don't think you could see the comments when you replay this, but you'll see a highlighted comment. It'll say Jip Boy in yellow. I can post it again if you don't want to go back. That is the actual letter Fender sent to LSL. Let me see. I just was able to do this today. And let me see. If I go back to comments, let me paste it again. Can I paste it? Oh, you suck. Let me see. It's in my... Let me see if I... Let me do it like this. If I go off of here, right? And I go in here. And I go into... There it is. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to copy it again just because I like to do it. Because I found a new trick. Then I'm going to go back. Oh, wait. That's pictures. Where's my... Was it here? YouTube. Watch, I'm going to post in the link again. I found a trick. See my yellow highlighted Jip Boy 1? There's the link for the LSL Fender cease and desist letter that everyone lied about. There's no destruction of guitars. For LSL, it's a phase out, and it only applied to LSL through the EU. So whatever everybody's saying, like the tone nerds, they're lying about it. Everyone lied about the destruction of all these guitars. That was only for the fakes over in Europe. That had nothing to do with the United States Sadakoi. Rick Beato, Down and Under. Not my channel in mirror. It's looking like... Oh, A Musical does cool, like, metal covers on piano. A Musical, did you ever try to do any of those on, like, a keyboard? Because you can get piano sounds on the keyboard. I'm just wondering if... Like, if you put a keyboard on top of your piano and you had both of them going, you could do the lead lines. You can actually have the keyboard sound like a piano and maybe do the solo lines while you're playing the, like the old school where they had a couple keyboards. Maybe. That's an idea. Not a bad idea. So mechanic jams. I know you'll look at that letter. You can copy that and paste it in your browser, or paste it in your notes, and you can read it later. WordPress. It's by Bird and Bird. It's the actual letter. It's 18 pages. No, you like the melody on piano? Maybe play maybe do the metal chords on a Jip Boy summer camp. There's something like that in the works. I can't talk about it yet because I was approached by a huge company to do it. And I said, if we do this, it will be with a band camp. And I'll involve Patrick Johansson and Dave Spitz with me. And we'll have different days. Drums, bass, and then guitar, and then the actual band day. So like you could go to band camp, say for, I don't know, 3-4 days, maybe 5 days, for like $1,500 instead of $3,500, and play with guys that are actually in the industry at high levels. I mean, it's not every day you get to play with the drummer from Yngwie Malmsteen and and the bass player from White Lion, Great White, and Black Sabbath. You know what I mean? But it would be more affordable for people. You know what I mean? And instead of flying, I was talking about moving the camp to different areas in different states, so that you wouldn't have to fly in for it. And then the other thing that I was thinking of is a band camp cruise. A band camp cruise. How cool would that be? A weekend cruise. So you leave on a Friday, come back on Sunday, or leave on a Thursday, and it's like a 3 or 4 day cruise with band camps. So you have the guitars and the drums in different rooms. Maybe have bands out there that you could go watch, like Quiet Riot and stuff. And then you have the band camp inside, and then you get to jam with people. Because those are some of the people that go see those bands are actually musicians, but you would actually get to get up on stage and play with us. How cool would that be? Not that I'm a big deal, but I think it's cool. Just for me, it's just an honor and privilege to play with my friends, Dave and Patrick. It makes me actually happy to play with them because they're friends. They're my friends, and it's like I'm like a kid in my garage. I'm like so happy to play with them. The major truth detector, the Jizzy News at 11. Yeah, Bandcamp cruise would be insane, wouldn't it? So like if you did the cruise thing, I don't even know how much cruises are, but let's say you paid $3,000 and there's 100 people, that would cover everything. But not only would you get to watch real bands and get a cabin and free food, but now you have a cruise ship where you got Quiet Riot and Steelheart and some of those bands, and then you have us teaching you guys, and then maybe getting up. Like let's say because I've played with Quiet Riot, so I teach a Quiet Riot song, and then you get maybe Rudy will come in and play with you. You know what I mean? It would be cool. The Jit Cruise. Yeah, that would be fun, and you have a lot of people. And when you have a lot of bands, you can cover a lot of people in 4 days. You know what I mean? It's not just like the same 3 or 4 guys, but now you get to talk and interact with the bands on a live setting. I think that would be cool. You could call it the Musicians Bandcamp Cruise or something. It would start a whole new trend. That's what I was thinking. Jip Boy. And then we could bring companies in with it. We could do giveaways. I mean, how many of these cruises you walk out with nothing? You know, it's a great live experience, but maybe you get Fender on board, and you get Gibson on board, and you do like a raffle at sea for $10, and they give away a guitar a day. So you do 4 raffles for 4 Gibsons, $10, $20 a piece. out of 100 people it pays for the raffle, Gibson doesn't lose money or they write it off. And everyone could win a custom shop for $20 every night. So if you do 4 nights, it's $80 you invest, whether you're trying to win a Gibson or a Fender. Call it the Legends Cruise. You have a legendary guitar company like Fender and Gibson, and you get to learn from the legends of rock. Yeah, hair metal band cruise. The 5 girls that would sign up for that would be an insane time. Yeah, and we won't throw anyone overboard. Like, no, I can't say the name because that was allegedly. But I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about if you watch the news. He got away with that. That was a whole big deal too, wasn't it? What was that? What was that band name? Uh, Somebody say the band name for me, then I can talk about it. Win a date with Jit Boy. Yeah, Andy Woods would sign up for that, wouldn't he? Or Zach. Oh my god. Even on the Bandcamp cruise, like if guys had Kemper or Fractal, they can teach you how they set up those things. You know what I mean? Like you could so not only do you get like instructional video, but you might have like an electronics like Fractal. You could get Fractal and Kemper involved in Line 6 and have one of their techs come out and help. You could bring your pedal board on and they can help you set it up properly instead of watching a video. And then if you have somebody there, like let's say, you know, I don't know who's a guitar player, like Doug Aldridge. Let's say he's using Fractal and he's got a patch. Hey, can you help me with this patch? You know what I mean? That would be kind of cool. Allison would go. So there's like a lot of cool things. I ate for the first time today. My shirts are getting huge on me. I probably lost 20 pounds for not eating. That's the way to do it, mechanic. Of course, that's the way to do it. And I gotta tell you, you know, while I was sick, usually when I get sick, I get to do detailed stuff and look at stuff. Again, the LSL letter, I don't know how I found that, but it took me hours to find a real cease and desist letter. But it is off of Google. Now, here's the thing. Why aren't these guys telling you where to go find a letter? I just put the link up so anyone could go on this live stream right now and get the link to the 18-page letter, and they can read it for themselves instead of listening to like a Philip McKnight put one page up. Maybe we can get Steve from Bellatone Guitars on the cruise. Steve, if you're listening, yeah, Marshall's hiring. Marshall Amps. I'd be a great marketing person. I just have weird ideas. Isn't Marshall Chinese now, though? I really wished Fender bought Marshall because Gibson owns Mesa Boogie. Two iconic amp companies. I don't know why Fender didn't buy that. You could have did the Jimi Hendrix Plexi with the Jimi Hendrix Strat as a package deal. Are you out of your friggin' minds that you didn't do that? Have a goofy Zach as a human pinata on this ship. You can beat him with a butt plug on the end of a stick. Oh my god. Well, it'll be a real 80s cruise then. Oh my god. Too funny, too funny. Yeah. That's funny. Hey, Fur Dog, did you catch the video with the Squire with the tone? I definitely have the ideas in the phone book. Thanks, man. I don't know, Fur Dog. Did you catch the video with the sound clips with the Squire Strat? Now, for everybody like Scott, you got to remember, and I don't know much about these Squires, these 50 vibes, but they're not all the same. All the 50s vibes are not the same. That's a pine. That's made of solid pine. The body is made from pine. I think that pinkish one is the only one made like that with the pine. Because I looked at some other ones because I was going to buy a second one and they're not made of pine. Yeah, I think I did. I think if you look, there's a video I did for a dog. It says, Fender, how did we get here? And I played some of that stuff in there. I think that's where you were hearing that from. That's a great sounding Strat. I really like it. And that one's not a Chinese one either. So they made two versions of the 50 vibes, one in China, and then the second one I think was Indonesia. That's the Indonesian one, which I think was made better, and it's made from a pine body. And I did see somebody post that pinkish white one. It's supposed to be off white, but it looks pink to me. It Somebody put limited edition on there, so I don't know if that is a limited edition, the pink one. But they call it off white, so I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, so I know Scott was looking for one too. Oh, you shared the link on your social? Nice. Nice. And I know Patrick is friendly with the cruise ship because he does a lot of those. He was on the last one. He actually played with Sebastian. He was the drummer for Sebastian Bach on the last 80s cruise. Or hairband cruise, whatever you want to call it. So Patrick played with Sebastian. Yeah. I mean, like if you're gonna copy a guitar, why not copy parts of all of them? So like if I made, let's say I was LSL, so I would have taken the Strat body and made it more like the PV body, right? Or let's say I made it like the Strat body. I would have got rid of the pick guard. I would have routed it for three direct mounted um, Fender style pickups, but I would have put a toggle here between the three, and maybe made this the pickup selector a so I would have did the toggle for the pickup selector, but then I would have did like say push maybe three volumes. I wouldn't even do a tone. I would just do three separate volumes, and then I would have it where you can blend the volumes of the pickups in. See, that would be totally different. Then I would do the Telly style jack, and I'd put like a G and L maybe bridge piece on there. The G and Ls like are really cool. Or let me see the Charvel one that's kind of like Fender. Just out of because I know it's Fender. Let me see. See, this is different. See this tailpiece? This is on the Charvel. Now I know they own it, but that's a cool tailpiece. And instead of a screw-in arm, you do the push with the little lock with the Allen bolt. So you copy a bunch of different guitars and put it together. I mean, how hard is that? The Tone Rider pups, yeah. The Tone Rider pickups sound really good. I really like that a lot too. But I mean, like, if I play the Strat through this, A lot of people were saying these were noisy, but I don't know if they were talking about other vibes because on the pine one, this isn't noisy at all. Look, I'm not even. See, it's grounded. So I don't get that. And I'm on a high gain patch. So if I roll the gain off, now that's not the head. That's a diesel head. Let me see what's on here. This is that Gilmore patch. So it sounds good on there. Let me get my other clean patch, which I think is down. Is it up? Let me exit that. Weird, right? I don't even know what patch this is. Let me see reverb. That's crazy. That's called an atmospheric reverb. That's fucking cool as shit in here. I don't know what it sounds like to you guys. It's kind of cool though. What else is on here? Oh, even a little more reverb. this is the patch that you like for a dog. So that's an AC head. Let me see what else is on here, because I don't really remember. See, now that's like a regular channel. You can add reverb to there. There's no effects on there. So if I added like say a reverb, let's see, mix. Where's my mix? Then I added a little. Let's do a mod. Let's do the chorus really quick. See, that's empty. I'm gonna create a patch right here real quick for you. So we're gonna look for the dark blue. We're gonna add a chorus right there. Let's do the vintage chorus. Hit store. Entire performance. Store. Stored. Now we'll go back into the chorus and adjust it. There you go. Turn the depth down a little bit. So there's a cool strap patch right there. So you could do a little bit. Let's go back to let's add a delay. So now you're gonna go back to the green. Let's add a little delay. Let's see. So now we're gonna go to green. I could add a doubler. You do a rotary. Let's see. Slicer. Phase. Would need the green. Let's do a ping pong. I'm gonna store it. And we're gonna go into the delay. Turn the mix down. There you go. All right, mechanic. And if you want a little more gain, you just roll the gain up. There you go. So you hear that, right? You hear the noise? Let's add the noise gate. There you go. It's that easy. it's that easy to set up a patch that fast. Yeah, I was thinking about putting a DiMarzio rail in here, but I kind of like the sound of this. I have enough gainy guitar. That's the bridge. Andy Summers? Yeah, you could do like that. Again, I got that whole. It's almost like a David Gilmour thing. Yeah, it sounds great, right? And what did it? I mean, what did I spend on the patch? Maybe 5 minutes? Not even. I mean, so you could get a lot of great tones out of that. Yeah, you could do a lot. I mean, if you go into the effects, let me see. Let's say I wanted to add an effects into there. More. Let's see. That's like a wah filter. Let's see, a wah phaser. Let me turn the rig volume down. There's all kinds of whack out shit you can do with this. Let's see. Let's see. Drive. That was. That's a phase widener. Double tracker. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Let me get into where's the blues? Choruses. Micro pitch. Photo swell tremolo. Again, I'm just going through them. Harmonic tremolo. Auto panner, slicer. Get into the faders, flange, turn the beat back down. flange one way. I don't know what that is. And like I don't, you can't see, but the phase one way, you have tons of them one way. You know what I mean? You can go into these. Like if I go over to this is called two-way downfall. Flanger light, rhythm, strong. It's got transpose, which is a pitch shifter. So that's your. I can actually do drop tunes. So like I can, my guitar in standard, I can put it in drop tune it to. Um, See, two up, two down. Where's the pedal pitch? Okay. Whole step down. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Let me go back. Let me see what else is in there. I think that's most of it. Then you go into your delays. Melody chromatic delay. There's all kinds of crazy stuff on there. Again, if you're not going to store it, just move it back. Where's my patch? Where I do with my patch? You got bass range. Stevie Ray Vaughan. So I haven't even set this whole pedal up yet. So that's like a little demo of what you can do with the Kemper. Now making everything your own. I mean, if you were gonna do, so it has 5 presets per board per patch, like I guess. So you can do 5 scenes at a time, 5 different patches. But if you hold that button, you can add a scene to it. So you can do that way you don't lose a scene. You can do your rhythm and then just hold that button and you can morph it, and then you're in your lead sound with more volume and stuff. So that's a really cool thing for a lot of people. So you're not losing a patch, you're doing a scene inside a scene. You know what I mean? It's better than I'm the real deal. Thank you, sir. But like, I mean, that's how quick you can go through. That's how quick you can go through sounds in your Kemper and create and hit store. You can store to all kinds of stuff. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you can actually do inside the Kemper, which is amazing to me. You know. We got people going to sleep now, or they're actually getting off the channel. I know there's a lot of people that came on just to see the Fender LSL thing. So the upcoming stuff, we're gonna have Steve from Bellatone. We're gonna spotlight some of his guitars on the channel. He's a Miami bass builder, so that's really cool too. And for anyone that just came on, if you go in here, there's a link. It's a highlighted Jitboy One. You can actually download the link from there and save it, and then you can go and you can look at the actual letter from Bird and Bird. That's what's incredibly crazy to me about social media. And if you watch a lot of people, like the guitarologist, I don't have anything against him, but a lot of people have just told me about his story that he pulled a gun on a teacher or a principal or something because of his kid. Or I'm like, bro, that's not normal. I don't care how mad you get, even if it's woke stuff. Just pull your kid out of the fucking school and put him in private school. I mean, it's that simple. Yeah, I hate super low action as well, Kenneth. A lot of my guitars are about, like, if you look, I mean, my action is not low. It's probably an eighth off the, not quite an eighth, but close to an eighth off of there. I like to create that push down on the fret so that it creates a sharp note. When you're too low, you can't get no pinch on the string. It feels floppy because it's just laying against the fret almost. You can't really get it to get that note out really clear. I like the way low action feels, but as far as tone, it's no good. Yeah, same thing. Like I said before, there was a lot of people that probably came in here. I think that Henning Pauly is a creep guy, and it seems that it seems like social media, Morgan and Morgan has that lawsuit now against TikTok, and you're seeing a lot like porn sites. You have to identify yourself. You have to be 18 and up. TikTok and all these other sites, you have to be 18 and up. Even gaming companies are starting to do with it because it screws with kids' brains. And as these kids get older, and here's the weird part that I was discussing with somebody: the school shootings. I got nothing against trans people. The school shootings seem to be infiltrated. Most of those school shootings are by that kind of group now, where, you know, where you might have another social imbalance with another group. You know what I mean? Or this group or that kind of group. I don't understand, and it's all influence on what they're watching in those kind of groups. And when you have huge social media pages like a Philip McKnight, and you go after Steve from Bellatone and you tell a lot of lies, he might get death threats. That's wrong because you don't know who your subscribers are. That's why when I was feuding with Tom and we were razzing each other, I had to come out when I saw like that kid shoot that CEO for the medical because of his back, that Louis Mangione kid. I wanted to come on and say, listen, we're kind of friends, so don't take that the wrong way. Because I was smart enough to realize that people might take that the wrong way. And I don't know everybody that watches my channel. It's like this bricks and minifigs things. Guys are going into other shops with owners that are turnkey and beating them up. I just saw that girl a young girl that was in Texas, walked out of the bar, had no problem in the bar, and a group of Carmelo Anthony supporters beat her pretty good. I mean, she had a neck brace, her eye was all red. How that even started, who knows? And I don't know how real that is, but if it is, that's a load of shit. Yeah, the school, yeah, there's certain groups, you know, and everything seems to be an agenda, right, for a dog? Everything. Think about it. Musicians have an agenda against Fender. When Fender really is just sticking up for themselves, they're not bullying anybody. They've been ripped off for a number of years and let it go because Fender was bullied. by the patent office and no one put strict rules on people that were making guitars. That's okay. You put a patent, it runs out, and you want to make it public domain to make things progress, to make it better. But if they're not making things better, you need to put a stop to it also as the government, because now you've taken something that no one's making better and just copying. The government didn't think about that part of the patent, where if it's a successful patent, they need to renew it so that if you can't make it better, you can't copy it, because basically you're copying it. And if you're not, then screw off. And that's what I have a problem with. Oh, it was a problem with the school bus driver. And the same thing we've been lied to about in schools. Just like you guys have been lied about how to play scales in the pattern of position. Everything has an agenda. The agenda on how guitar is taught is to benefit people, to keep students as instructional income. Because I can take any one of you, have you in here 2 times, maybe 3 times a week, and in 6 months, I can have you play as good as me, if not better, and know all the theory I do in 6 months. But then I lose an income, right? But I could care less for income. But music instruction is based as a job for people to have income. Lose a student, gain a student. Lose a student, gain a student. There's a lot of instructors that are playing gigs because they can't keep the student count up, because they get bored with the learning process. And it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Why? They want to keep you for 2 or 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. It doesn't take that long. When I got accepted into GIT, I was 15 years old, and they weren't teaching what I learned with the shred guitar. There was no shred teachers in there. They didn't exist. The closest thing you had to was like an Eddie Van Halen going in there and doing demonstrations. But I mean, there were no guitar teachers teaching Eddie Van Halen stuff. They didn't even know how to play it. But I could. But so they see the benefit of hiring a Paul Gilbert after he's in there, or a Jason Becker coming in there and seeing what the theory guys are teaching and then writing down, and it becomes part of the curriculum. GIT paid him. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about because they hide it because it's not beneficial, and it becomes part of an agenda. You watch people fix cars on YouTube all the time with baby oil and stupid shit. But if you bring it to your and they tell you your car's warranty is void if you don't bring it to us while you're making payments at our Cadillac dealership. You have to go into the dealership with certified oil changes and pay $200 or $300 for the oil change, as opposed to 1 minute Jiffy Lube down the street. I mean, it's getting to the point of being ridiculous. Who cares? As long as you're a certified mechanic and I take it down the street and he writes in the book the date and time and when they changed it, and they got a record of it, why is that any different than bringing it into Cali? Oh, they got service riders that make $75 an hour. The mechanics are making $75 an hour. And they're always replacing shit on your car if it's under warranty so that they can get paid extra. Well, this was wrong on that. It's like going in for a haircut, right? Well, your hair was a little wrong. You had a lot of split ends, so I had to cut it up here. We got to do a keratin conditioning treatment, or lowering blood pressure stats from 120 over 80 from 140 over 90 or 100, what it used to be. So we got to get you on medication. So people lobby, the pharmaceutical companies lobbying the Congress. It's just an endless fight over agenda. Yeah, it applies everywhere, and now it's getting infiltrated into the music industry. The guitarology, I don't know why Fender didn't hire me, and Philip McKnight's in with Gabe from Guitar Center. No one gives a fuck what you say, Phil. I could give 2 shits about you. You're not that incredible of a player. I don't care about your music. I don't care about your reviews of guitar. It's interesting that you talk about the parts and where they came from, but sometimes you're even wrong on that. I'll buy a guitar Play it. If I like it, I keep it. What do I care where the Allen bolt was made? Do I really? All I care about it is the longevity of the guitar lasting. Because it doesn't matter how well or how good that material is. It depends on the owner and how well he maintains that. Key. Do you go in and change your oil every 4,000 miles? Or are you waiting 10,000? It's all based on the owner. How many chemicals are you spraying on that Allen bolt or that tail piece where the screw's holding it up? They don't talk about the maintenance of a guitar. How often you should wipe it down because of your hand acid in the oil. We know about DNA. We know about the oil. We know about the acid that comes out of screens and it's toxic when you sweat. Where is the mentality to maintain a guitar, to wipe it down? You know, when I go off air, I wipe every guitar off. I take a rag and some spray and I wipe it. Where's all the luthiers like Philip McKnight talking about how to maintain a guitar? He doesn't. Why? Because he's a bullshit luthier. He's not really a luthier. He don't have a degree in it. He owned a guitar shop that failed. No, he didn't. He closed it down. But you don't close down successful businesses. You sell them to make a lot of money. See, a lot of people aren't going to tell you business. I just happen to be in the business of all the bullshitters. You know, in the music industry and what you need to do and this and that and the lawyers watching lawyers. I got lawyers watching lawyers. I had a stock guy who was selling me stocks out of his portfolio. I wasn't losing money, but he's making money off the commissions. He's in prison because I had other lawyers watching him. Is everybody honest in every profession? No. That includes Philip McKnight's profession. And oh, he's a nice guy. So what? Jeffrey Dahmer was a nice guy. How do you think he lured people into his lair? By being an asshole? No, that ain't gonna get you nowhere. As a serial killer, you gotta be friendly. Hey, you need a ride? Come on, I'll help you out. And then you get in a car and a rag over your fucking face. I mean, how are you gonna... I mean, that's... the stupidity that I hear. Don't talk to strangers. That doesn't mean don't talk to just bad strangers. That's all strangers because you don't know their intentions. There's nice strangers and there's not so nice strangers. But what are their actual intentions behind being bad or being nice? See, that's the problem that these social media people don't talk about, even professional people, because they're not smart enough to think that way. They really aren't. What's the purpose of tone nerds talking about a Fender cease and desist letter and not showing you the full version of it? Or actually having a lawyer tell them what it actually means? Free guitars for them because they're pushing LSL. And what's the guy play on tour? A fucking Fender. Are you shitting me? So why are you going after the company you play guitar with? You know, that you're using Fender on tour. Why all of a sudden are you siding with LSL? We love LSL. We love Lance. Why? Why? There's always an agenda behind something, a benefit, a self-gain. Always. What is the angle Phil is taking? It's self-gain. You know, I'm a nice guy, blah, blah, blah. Everybody watches my channel. You know, this guy, you know, he wanted me send this guitar pack. I'll tell you one thing about Steve from Bellatone. He's a super nice guy. That guitar that Phil had was a prototype. Now, see, Phil didn't mention that, did he? That was the only one that Steve had, and he needed it back because he needed it for the specs. It was his only guitar made like that Phil had. That's as much as I'll say about it. But what is the benefit of talking to Guitar Center Gabe all the time and call him your friend? What do you want from Guitar Center? He'll never answer. Go on his live stream. What is the benefit of you talking to Gabe? What do you get out of that? Because there has to be something. A friendship? Bullshit. You became friends with him for why? You have a hidden agenda or something behind it that is fueling you to do that. Oh, they'll never tell you. Yeah, they're not going to tell you to wash the grease off it. Never. That's funny, bro. That's the truth. Where on the strings does it say clean your strings, wipe them down on the string packs? Has a string company ever put like you go and buy vitamins? Check with your doctor. There's a liability clause on there. How come string companies don't put liability clauses on your strings? For better maintenance of the strings so they last longer, please wipe them down after every time you practice or play with them. Right? That's a great point. Gabe wants to have a social media clout. Well, I think he's going to use this to fool. My opinion is they're going to have to go public and sell shares really fast. Think about it. There's three billionaire companies, three billionaires that are running Guitar Center. Guitar Center is making a lot of money, but they owe a lot of money, and they're paying the note on the stocks. They got bonds, not stocks. They got bonds that they're paying off all the time. See, Guitar Center ain't gonna tell you this. Guitar Center has bonds, and they're trying to pay off the bonds, and it's holding them level. But if they don't continue to pay off those bonds, they go belly up. There's a whole finance thing behind that. Now let me explain who Gabe is. He's a nuclear engineer. He's not a dumbass. He's got no street smarts, but he's the numbers guy. But you better be really good with the numbers. Now he's banking on the clout of social media to buy those shares. But what do you buy into? A name? Because they don't own Fender, they don't own Gibson, they don't own ESP, they don't own shit in there except Mitchell and what, Livewire maybe, cables. What is the benefit of owning that? What if Fender pulls out? There's no contract guaranteeing Fender to stay with Guitar Center. Before they need to go public, the company that Phil is bashing, Fender, Guitar Center better watch what they're doing, because if they don't secure contracts between Fender, Gibson, PRS, which are their three biggest sellers, to stay with you for X amount of years, you're going public is a blown cover. And everyone should put that out there. What do you if they start selling shares into the company, what are you buying? They don't own Fender. They don't own any of them. Unless there's a plan to. Yeah, big money ain't got no soul. That's the truth. And Guitar Center, and here's the hypocrisy behind Phil. You're dealing with three billionaire companies. I forget them all. I just said them. I forget them all. Bridge something, Carlisle, and Aries. Look up their net values. Aries and Carlisle are running the Guitar Center with together. Why Bridge is a silent partner, but they're $3 billion companies. Like one of them's worth like $600 billion. There's three of these. So what is the hypocrisy? You're against corporate, private-owned companies like Fender because they can do whatever they want, but yet you're getting on board with Guitar Center, which is a private-owned company about to. So is Phil buying shares? Does he know something about the shares? Is he going to get shares for free shares to, kind of like Bitcoin? They pay you extra about Bitcoin to promote the Bitcoin channel, like Logan Paul, and rip everybody off. Yeah, Gabe's looking to make a move. He's not a dumbass. Something big is going to happen with Guitar Center, and it just depends whether the people accept it or not. For me, no. You don't own Fender, you don't own PRS, I'm not buying shares. Because if you go belly up and these companies pull out without securing a deal for you to be long term with them, you got no stability. Gibson's building Gibson garages. What if Fender does Fender garages and PRS does PRS garages, and PRS gets in bed with, like, say, ESP? You know what I mean? What do you got left? Mitchell guitars? Screw that. I don't want to buy into a company that doesn't have Fender and Gibson. That's 70% of your business gone. 80 if you lose PRS. So my 100% just went down to 20 on what I paid. No, thank you. That means out of $10, I'm now at $2 because those three companies pulled out in a share. No, thank you. No, thank you. And especially, who's going to buy shares into a company that's been in the red and on the verge of bankruptcy, Chapter 11, and refinancing and doing this and buying bonds to keep the company afloat? No, thank you. No, thank you. That's a crazy idea, a crazy move, and Phil is somehow a part of this. Snake in the grass. I don't want no part of that. Because you're deceiving the people. And you're gonna go public for shares. You're not a successful company to go that way. You know what I mean? How are you successful enough to go public with that? You know, everybody gave Gabe shit about the guitar build. That's a bad idea. So now why is Phil back with Gabe? I don't know. It's a weird thing, man. It really is. And I don't even know if Gabe plays. I think he does play. I think he does play. Guitar Center will never be like Apple. It's never going to be like iPhone. Apple owns iPhone. Guitar Center doesn't own anything. What do they own? They don't even own Samson. Guitar Center should have bought Sam Ash and owned. What Sam Ash owned? They owned they owned Michael Kelly. They owned. So if they had bought Sam Ash, they would have had their own guitar brand called Michael Kelly, and they could have pushed the shit out of it and made the quality better. You need a checkup. And then you have they owned Samson. What else did they own? Does anybody know? They owned a lot of stuff, I think. Didn't they own an amp company too? I think so. But why wouldn't Guitar Center? I mean, that's crazy. Same thing with Fender. They should have bought Marshall. I know they part of EVH, but man, Fender is becoming. Gibson is one of the most iconic guitar companies, but for me, Fender is starting to become the most iconic. Why? They own Charvel, Jackson, and they're building a custom shop for those guitars for USA orders. Harkey, there you go. So Fender owns Fender, Squier, Gretsch, Charvel, and Jackson. Gibson's got what? Kramer and Epiphone. I think Fender is going to be bigger than Gibson. They're about equal now, but I think Fender is going to eventually pull ahead. And if Fender was smart, they should have bought Marshall. And they could have offered all those packages, man. The Fender Strats with the plexis. Ivan has kind of did to Gibson with Don. So that's funny. It's true, though. I mean, you know, like these newer Jacksons and made in Mexico are great. The Charvels, these Charvels, great. I mean, they're unbelievable. Now, how can they make these better? They do custom shop versions. They put better springs in them, better wiring, custom wound pickups. Any kind, you can order it just like a Kiesel. You can do whatever you want. But I think they're going to have to come up with better Charvel and Jackson kind of custom shop options. Maybe they'll get back into the Randy Rhoads Jackson and do custom. Now, I don't know if they still have a deal. I know they own Jackson, but I don't know if they own the rights to the Randy Rhoads models anymore. I haven't really seen any Jacksons coming out with the Randy Rhoads models. Maybe they do, but they could actually make real Randy Rhoads as custom shops again. The Jacksons. That would be badass. You know what I mean? And if Fender could put a lot of companies out of business, they could. They really could. With if they start engineering and doing these custom shops. Yeah, they own huge compound loans. They also have to pay on their bonds because they'll lose their bonds. But that's part of Guitar Center's problem now. The profit margins. They're looking at return and margins to pay the bonds back versus with the other. So that's where they're having a problem now. Yeah, guitar innovation was the biggest in the late 70s and 80s. Yeah, I think so too. Because I mean even in the early 80s, that's when Randy Rhoads came out and then the Grover Jacksons and all the like, Grover Jackson was making Jackson and then it was Charvel Jackson. That was the biggest era. And then all those Kramers being made here, the USA Kramers. That was the biggest era of all. And then you had all those Les Pauls. And then you had the, Les Pauls were coming out in the, after, and that was interesting too because Gibson, when they moved from Kalamazoo, a lot of their luthiers stayed behind. And then that became what is the Northern era. And that became an issue. And then they got better at it. And, so there was a lot of things going on. It would. Yeah, custom shop EVH? Hell yeah, man. That would be badass. So, like, I would, like say something like this, right? I'd put a kill switch on there, the Floyd Rose with the Datuna. I would tell him I want DiMarzio, like custom wound DiMarzio pickups put in, the kill switch. I want LED lights for on my markers. I mean, I would do, I would want it like a snake skin. I mean, there's all kinds of woods that can be used. You got purple heart, black heart, you got lace wood, there's all kinds of woods that a lot of people don't know about. Maybe I'd do a purple heart, purple heart Wolfgang. I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? But that's a badass idea right there. What about an EVH baritone? Ooh, man. Custom shop baritone EVH. How cool would that be? I bet you Buckethead would buy one. EVH Wolfgang baritone. What about an EVH 7-string? I see what I mean. The possibilities of that would be endless. That's how you get ahead, and you become a leader, not a mango wood. Oh yeah, see, there you go. Snakeskin Wolfgang with ebony fretboard matching headstock. There's another one. Yeah, that would be nice too. What if you told them you want real snakeskin on there? They wrap it for you, and then like a taxidermy, they urethane the snake skin, so it's not some print, it's a real snake skin. That costs you an arm and a leg. Yeah, you can get anything to play as good as anything. I mean, let's see, this Ibanez right here. So I paid, what did I pay for this? $500, right? Now, granted, this has old gold hardware. It's made of Jacoba wood. Now does it make a difference? It makes it cooler, but I paid $300 for this, which is $200 less. it sounds just as good. You know what I mean? What's the cheapest guitar I got in here? Probably the Kramer. Let's. Where is it? Where's my $160? It's over here. This is the cheapest guitar I own in here. I got this shipped to my house for $157. $157. Right? Now, are the pickups the greatest? No, but I could change them if I wanted to. To be honest, I haven't set this up. Let me adjust the pickups for you. We'll do an adjustment right here. I never even set this up. I don't really play it. I play it sometimes, but not much. Let's see if that made it any better. Just a simple adjustment on the pickup. It sounds way better. So I mean, $160 shipped to your house. Again, do I think the pickups are the best? No. Now, can I get away with doing a show? Yeah, the gain's at 12 o'clock. So I turn the gain up a little, roll some of the bass off, and then I get the same sound. Now it sounds like the Ibanez, right? Stupid. So all you gotta do is have a separate patch. Now you don't want to do that if you have an amp, but on something like a Kemper, I could have a whole set of other patches for guitars like Yeah, it sounds good, right? $160. So let's say you put $300 into the guitar with better wiring, better pickups. You could throw bare knuckles into here. One of the biggest pickup companies in the world. Look at the paint color on this, and it's a top mount Floyd Rose. These alone are $200 to $250. So you buy it for the parts. Let's say I took the Floyd Rose off and I sold the Floyd Rose for $150. Everything else, I sell the neck, I sell the body, I sell the pickups for $40. I could probably part this out and make $400. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm starting to get annoyed with Cordy, Jonathan Nathan Corda. Man, that guy is beating Fender into the ground every day. He's relentless, bro. You got nothing to do. You've ran out because you made 3 or 4 videos a day for the last 10 years. You ran out of content. You're beating the Fender thing into the ground because you can, and then you're gonna go by what Rhett Scholl said and Henning said and Rick Beato, who have not a clue what they're talking about. That's funny. You got a War Pig pickup? Can I have it for the War Pig tour? That's the name of the band, War Pigs. How does this sound clean? Let's see. I don't know. That's a good question. Let me go. Did I was up, wasn't I? Not bad. So here's the knack. Let me see it. Can I get a better clip? Let's do a better clip. That's that Andy one. Let's do another one. There's a clean. Semi-clean. Then you break up. Let's lower the volume. Okay, so that's the next. No effects. Nothing on there. That's just an amp and a cab. Middle. Bridge. Not bad. Again, I don't, it's one of those weird things. It's not a bad guitar for $160. Playing Eric like an Eric Johnson clone. That's funny, man. Yeah, he goes back and he's like two-faced about everything that he does. Like a year ago, he was all over Fender and how great they were and they were geniuses and how well they made stuff. And now he's like coming out saying they suck and nothing could be. It's like, bro, enough with your shit talk. You know, you're a click miser. You're a clickbait. Just want to jump on the bandwagons and beat it in the ground. Why you got no other content? And to be honest, he's a good guitar player when you watch him play his stuff on his channel with his looper. Watch him live, he sucks. And the problem, and I won't say he sucks, that's a harsh word. He plays like every average guitar player. Why? Because he's got outside influence. I talk about this all the time. It's easy to come in here and play like that when I don't have bass and drums to worry about. I don't have to hear notes changing. I don't have to hear tempos change. So he's limited in how he plays. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to get a working guitar for the price of it. Let me let me see if there's anything on here with reverb. Oh, those are bass rigs there. Oh, I'm playing through a bass rig. Nice. Let's go down. Where's the AC channel? Let me see if there's any other cleans on there. That's a Marshall pack. JCM 800. With nothing on there. Interesting. Back up. Here's that Gilmore patch. Here's the middle. I mean, it sounds great. Now, is it the best playing guitar? The neck on this is really nice. It's equal to the Charvels almost. The pickups are the only downfall. They're not the greatest, but you can EQ them to make them sound better. Yeah, much better than the pink kitty guitar. You black people's channels. Yeah, for $160. Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, you just realized who Big Jake Music is? That guy's a tool. Oh, he hid from me hard. I actually posted on. He just finally did a video. I go, bro. You should go on it and read it. I told him, listen, I'm going to leave you alone. But you never know who you're talking to. So the next time you want to get fucking sassy with me, I made you hide for days. I go, I know a lot about you because I have friends that know who you are. Don't think you're that guy that's the tough guy because if they raid your place, you're going to prison. I said, but I'm going to stop effing with you, you know? And he didn't comment. He won't comment to me now. Who else ran from me? That Lewis, what's his name? Louis Rossman? That big YouTuber? Somebody said, you went after him. Thank you. I was like, bro, you're not suing anybody. And then he was like, I'm going to change the law for this. I go, bullshit, you ain't changing the law for nobody. I said, you know what it takes to change the law? My uncle was on the Ways and Means Committee for 26 years, Clay Shaw. I go, you ain't changing shit. You're a shit talker. Yeah, he was very polite in the new video, wasn't he, Jake? Both of them were. So was that Lewis guy. I watched his last video. They both changed their tune with their attitudes real quick, didn't they? Because I don't tell them who I am. They just want to shit talk as soon as they think that you're a nobody. And I don't have a big channel. But when I say, hey, I wonder if the FBI would be interested through Fender, that you're talking about destroying Fender with all these crazies, because they don't think that way. And then all of a sudden, and then I found out who his old meth dealer was, Big Jake. Yeah, that didn't go great with him either. Rossman I challenged in a ring for being a tough guy. I don't know Gilmore licks anymore though. That's my closest Gilmore imitation. Yeah, those two calmed down a lot. Hey, it's Lewis, and Jake was, hey, I'm still gonna boycott Fender, but yeah, their whole thing. Yeah, his old meth dealer Brad died. So I said to him, hey, Brad's looking for his money. I know you like Method Man, and he knew exactly, and he didn't comment back, went into hiding. And I said, I wonder how much money you have living in your mom's basement. I said, don't act like you're a big shot and talk about view counts. You know, it's your bank account that really tells the tale of what you've done in the music industry. I don't care how many fucking sessions you did. I don't care how many shows you've done. It You need to show and prove that you made money. The money is the final tale of how valuable you are as a guitar player. It really is. So when I talked about all that and stuff, they changed their tune. Oh, I didn't know he played with the bass player from Sabbath. I didn't know he did this. I didn't know. There's a lot of people afraid. Like the tone nerds, tone nerds. I'll call them out. They're 3,700 people. What is your tie to LSL? Lance is a nice guy? No, he's an asshole. He's copying other people's guitars. How do you say that somebody who's a copycat is a nice guy? Did you like when people copied you in a test in class? Hey, what's the answers, bro? Fuck off. I'm not giving you my answers. You're a copycat. Well, that's what LSL is doing with the Satakoid. They're copycat and Fender. So is that any different? No. You're just a copycat. Prove yourself in the music industry that you're a leader, not a follower. That's what you got to do. So, like, who are the tone nerds? They're a bunch of nobodies. So why are they siding with LSL? Free gear? It's always something, isn't it? So that's a great point, Brooklyn. So I got arrested. It was a drug bust. But I also tell the story because a lot of people don't look into what the drug bust was. It only makes me more of a legitimate rock guy that I got arrested for drugs. I didn't have it suppressed. I could have, but I knew that somebody could pay somebody and dig it up. So I left it out there in the public. I wasn't afraid to talk about it because it's a funny thing to me. The girl from Expose got busted for the same fucking thing that I did. Joya. And it was because of her manager. Mine was my bodyguard. Now, did they both set us up at the same time? Yeah. So maybe there was more to the story than meets the public eye. But I've never been arrested my whole life. I come from a family of military guys. Somebody lied about me, got me arrested, and my minimum sentence was 50 years in prison. Minimum mandatory. 50 years in prison. It happened when I was 40. I'd be 90 before I can even get out. Minimum mandatory. There's no early release. It's minimum mandatory. I would have been 90. Do you see me with monitors on? And no. It's over. I beat it. I pled no contest, but there was no way out for the state or the county because they put over $1 million into the investigation to come up with nothing. So what happens? My bodyguard ends up dead all of a sudden after I went to the FBI and didn't throw my shit out after I gave him important information. So that's how the case went on, because there was a court thing with my bodyguard, with the Broward Sheriff's Office. Them two stories didn't match. He was erasing tapes. He wasn't listening to what he was recording. It was a big mess. So after I went to the feds on the Broward Sheriff's thing about, you can look it up, Todd Fatata, he was a BSO sheriff that got ambushed. That was my bodyguard in charge of all that. And, what was the other one? It was a nightclub where it got slit the throat. Those guys don't know half the shit that went on. They only want to think they do. Like the taunts and stuff about the arrest. But it was a lot bigger case than everybody knew. Because that guy... I don't know if you guys ever heard about... in the 80s, the Broward Sheriff... the Fort Lauderdale Police and Broward... It was mostly the Sheriff's Office. They were all on steroids. You know, what you gonna do, what you gonna do when they come for you. And they had the cop show and they were all fucking jacked. My bodyguard... his name is Orrin Honenstein. You can look him up. There was no autopsy done on his death. He died mysteriously at 40 years old. And he was the one selling steroids to the BSO officers. Oh, thanks, man. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. I almost forgot. I didn't celebrate anything today. My wife's mad at me with the cancer shit. Bad Brad's gonna steal my story. You know, when I was on the road and the rainstorm had the show must go on, my bodyguard set me up and I was looking at it back in the 80s. How did I get out of it? I played my way out. With the Bad Brad faces. The Velvet Hammer said, we're not going to prison. He's been better too. He stopped with that Velvet Hammer shit, didn't he? So I guess some people listen to little old me talking shit, huh? I called them out on that. You never went to fucking GIT and studied with Paul. You got there in 88. Paul was gone by then. It's like that Henning Pauly. Yeah, Broward County. Yeah, right here in Broward County, man. Cops was right here in Broward County. The Velvet Rope Hammer. So, like, let's look back to some of the stuff I went after. Rick Beato and the copyright shit. That stopped. Bad Brad with the Velvet Hammer. That stopped. Big Jake and his shit with his shit talking stopped. Lewis Rossman. That shit stopped with his attitude in the last couple of videos. Him and Big Jake. There's a new sheriff in town called Tennis Nuts in Jerry's with private investigator Jizzy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Music boys. I don't know. The finger pointing. I only did that on stage. That's like a Steel Panther move. But you gotta give the wink when you do that. It's like a Steve Vai move. The David Lee Roth days. That's only good for stage. You know, you hit the chord. You look at that girl. It's like an Elvis move. What's up, baby? The Elvis Hammer in town. You like my sunglasses? He stopped with all that, didn't he? The sunglasses. Man. Too funny, right? Put that right there. Look at this. Put this on the microphone. Yeah, there's a lot of frauds on here, man. And I'll tell you the problem behind it. These guys get egos because they think they're famous. I'm like, you're not a famous musician. You're a famous social media influencer. You don't see celebrities with all these fucking channels on here. There's not the George Lynch channel, the you know what I mean? There's not a lot of celebrity channels on here. So if it was really good money, don't you think these broke musicians would have channels? They'll listen to them a lot quicker than they will your channel, Mr. Henning. You know, they they let this shit get to their heads. Like Henning was talking about his album. When he's got a degree in producing and mastering and engineering from Berkeley. And then I heard the album he did. What was it called? Chain or something. And then it turned into another band. It sucks. It's like progressive rock. It was awful. You sucked as a musician. The production sucked too. That's why you never made it in the industry. Just because you got a degree doesn't mean you're good at what you do. It just meant you passed the course and understood the logic behind it. Yeah, they don't influence me. Yeah, this was a I got this from the guys in Hell Yeah. It was one of their tour shirts. I got to play with Vinnie Paul when he was with Hell Yeah. So we did a private show for them. It was man, I forget the name. Man, my brain. The backcountry band, Avenged Sevenfold. It was Hell Yeah, an Avenged Sevenfold. The guitar tech in Avenged Sevenfold is my old singer's wife's ex-husband. So they put the word out, and then Vinnie Paul came in there and he was watching our drummer. He was from Berkeley, and he said, "Can we get up and jam with you guys?" And I was like, "Hell yeah!" You know. And I tried to get my old guitar player to get up with them and play bass and stuff because he played bass with some famous bands back in the day. And I was like, and no one wanted to do it, so I ended up playing with them. And then Avenged Sevenfold was trying to get in. They couldn't get in. There were so many people because when Hell Yeah came in, they brought like hundreds and hundreds of people. It was like mobbed, and I could see Avenged Sevenfold, and that was our connection. That was the guitar tech, and they couldn't get in to see. And I love Avenged Sevenfold. I think that they're a great band. Yeah, that's the funny part. Like I was able to research and find the link to the actual letter from LSL. How come nobody of these guys tells you how to do it? I posted the link so anyone on here can go into these chat, grab the link, copy and paste that link, and then put it in their browser and look at it for themselves. And they can decide what the letter wants or suggest to them. You can read the letter in full. Like why is Tone Nerds so adamant about the letter? You don't know shit about the law. You're not in the industry. Your paper kite band sucked. You're not that good of a guitar player. Let's be honest here. So you started a YouTube channel. Why did I start mine? I started mine 20 years ago and then left it dormant for 12, 14 years because I went back into the music industry. I didn't have time for this stuff. Now that I'm retiring, I came back a couple years because I saw the bullshit that was on here. Read the letter? I already did. But like if you go on here, is it still up? Let's see. Let's see. Can I paste it again? Let me paste it again. No. So watch. Let me go here. So that's YouTube. Watch this. I'm quick at this now. You watching Tennis Nuts? Let me see. Where's my copy word? I guess I'm not that quick, am I? Copy. Where's my copy? Highlight, right? Where's copy? I can't copy. Oh, there it is. I'm an idiot. So watch this. I'm gonna paste it again. I like this. There it is again. I love doing that. Look, I figured out how to comment on my own channel through the iPad. While I got a Lenovo pad, my iPhone, my computer to read. There you go. So if I go back in there, let's see. Here it is. LSL starts off in German. Let me see. Let me go to where you sign it. This is the English version. So it's from Bird and Bird. You guys can actually go on there and read the whole thing. But it says, our sign, English translation, LSL, guitars copyright infringement of the Stratocaster body shape, dear sirs, we are writing to you in the name of the behalf of Fender Musical Instruments Corporation, Scottsdale owner, Fender our client, subject of the copyright Fender infringing products with response by so and so. And then they bring up the 1954 company's founder, Leo Fender, and they show you pictures. And then they go on, design, like a dancer to one side and this and that, the radius of this and the left horn and the right horn. They go through all the specs on page 13. Page 13, they talk about all the specs. Let's see. Creation, concept work of a cross requires only two things. Must be original, meaning it's the offer of second creation, under established law in the German court, opinions of the art, and one's the art judge, artistic achievement, based on Schatz shapes, and the court applying the U.S. even standards determined by it examined essential Stratocaster body. And then this is what it said. Taking these principles into account, the body of the thing by Leo Fender, this is what the actual court said in that paragraph. So they explain that. Still, there's nothing, and then they go in and they show the Sadakoi. It's an exact Fender copy. So they're infringing, subject of the judgment. We appreciate our thing, and this is the last page. It's 8 pages of that. It's mostly specs and everything. There's nothing about destroying the product. It talks about, in the end, we hope that in order to keep the market of infringing companies, your company and with copies of Strata, we will of course continue to market guitars sufficiently insist that you immediately stop manufacturing, marketing, selling, and producing the infringed products. And confirm this right there. Look right here. That middle line. That small line. Does it say anything about destruction right there? Absolutely not. It asks them, our clients insist that you immediately stop manufacturing, marketing, selling, and producing the infringed products, and confirm this to us by May 25th. And it says you have a phase-out transitional period underneath the date. So you'll see the single line, then you see the date, and then it says a phase-out period. There's nothing about destruction of property. Rhett Scholl, Tim Pierce, Philip McKnight, the Tone Nerds, anyone that talked about this, the Jonathan Nathan Court has lied about it. They all should be sued by Fender. All of them for misinformation, and that's defamation they lied about a letter, a cease and desist, and they're defaming Fender with misinformation, propaganda. So there you go. I just read it to you. There's a phase out period. Yeah, that's the English version. Yeah, so it's 18 pages. You cut it in half. 9 of it is German, and 9 of it is. You can see it under the May 25th. If you confirm there's a phase out period, there's nothing about anything that I've heard them say. There's no list from Fender that they're suing all these companies. That's a lie. Nobody's suing anything. And the toners eventually came on and said, "Well, that is correct, but this is the first step." That's not true. This is the first step if they don't conform to what they're asking them on an exact copy. And it's very easy to prove in court that that is going to be the case, that they never improved upon it. Because I can take that Squire for $250. No, it's the same letter. Same exact letter, Scott. So, by the way, Scott, that pinkish, they call it an off-white, that's a pine body. Someone told me that's a limited edition. Yeah, they should sue these social media people for influencing people with manipulation. They're manipulating their audience. Do you know how psycho that is for clicks? That that's what if somebody actually went out and harmed a Fender employee because they had it in their mind? Some crazy subscriber on medication went out and harmed a Fender employee because of the way. What if somebody went and harmed Steve from Bellatone Guitars because of Philip McKnight? Are you out of your friggin' mind? Stay out of legal shit because you're lying about it and you don't have privy to the letter. Now you can get that letter. I forgot how I got it online, but thank God I sent it to Tennis Nuts, who resent it in my email for me to post it. So thank God, because I don't remember how I got it. It took me hours to find it. Hours. I was sick on my couch looking through everything. And it's funny because sometimes you have to word it different. And PRS will have a chance to modify something. I recommended that to PRS. I said, phase it out, just like in the letter. Phase out the Silver Sky, the SE, and the USA version. I said, that's going to do two things for you. That's going to make the price of that guitar go through the roof, and then come up with the Silver Sky 2. What a great marketing idea. And signed an NDA with Fender saying that Fender has allowed you to do this. Make a deal with them that you're going to phase it out. No one has the privy information to look up the deal that they made, and they can use that against other companies. We struck a deal with PRS. Well, can we see the deal? No, it's a non-disclosure agreement. Those two win together. And then they join forces and go after Philip McKnight, Red Scholl. Let's see when Red's daddy gets sued by fucking Fender. Trust fund baby, sticking his ass out there with his mouth. He ain't got the money to go up against people like that. And I think you should have accountability for shit talkers. Like, if you're talking a lot of misinformation, you should be forced to apologize and pay a fine. Ooh, really? American Performer Timber Strat. Dude, that's the one. You gotta get the Fenders with the pine body. That's why that sounds so good. It's a pine body. It's heavy as shit. Thanks, man. We didn't celebrate anything. My wife's mad. She was going through that cancer thing, so her feelings get hurt and she's all fucked up in the head over it because she's self-diagnosing. I'm like, I went through 2 surgeries, almost death, and I guess I don't say things right sometimes, you know what I mean? I get enough problems with my own, and I'm sick on the couch with my back, and I'm in severe. My wife doesn't understand the kind of pain I'm in day to day. And sometimes she gets. Here's the other part of everything: people get offended because of feelings. And that's the same thing in the social media world. You can't bring your feelings into social media. You have to go by a fact. This isn't fiction. Henning Pauly, reality. Reality is you were fucking around with a 15-year-old girl. Whether you were the sexual innuendos on YouTube, you deleted the videos, and then you end up moving back to Germany. You're a sick pup. And I think the FBI should investigate all that. I think he was taking advantage of a girl that was a teenager. I mean, what did Epstein do? Take advantage of teenagers, for God's sake. It's the same shit. Now, whether he had sex with her, I don't know. But why are you still, after all these years, friends with her? Like, why did you disappear? What happened to everything? You know what I mean? Wacko shit. And then you're playing dress up with a weird painted house, and what's wrong with you, bro? You're not Prince. You're a social media guy. You failed in the industry. You got your degree at Berkeley and thought you'd be famous for it. The guitarologist saw Fender was going to hire him, and his opinion mattered. You guys are mental. What is wrong with you? Just be happy with what you got. It's really hard to make it in the music industry. It really is, and I keep saying, you need perseverance and persistence. Just because someone tells you it's hard in the music industry, I'm not going to lie to you and say, "Oh, it's easy." No, it's very hard. It's harder than winning the lotto. It really is. Because no matter if you get signed or not, you're going to be on the hook for a lot of money that a record label invested in you, and they're going to let you go. Do you want to owe $5 million for a record because no one liked it? No. And then they wonder why all these stars die so young. Because they're all fucked up in the head. And I keep saying, it's not good to take these young people and make them into superstars. I've been saying that time. I don't like School of Rock bringing kids into bars. I'm all against that. By the way, I watched that. What are they called? Knob, Big Knob Hob, the kids band out of Canada. They played in Michigan again. Man, those kids are good. Knob Hob, is it Knob Hob? Hobnob, something like that. Really good band. They're a kids band. Somebody was on there making fun of the drummer. Said, "Oh, they couldn't find a seat." She was sitting on a case for whatever reason. She didn't have her stool there. So they were saying something about, "Oh, they couldn't find a seat because she didn't fit in it." I'm like, dude, these are, and somebody blocked them. And I'm like, bro, thank you for blocking them because I was ready to get ignorant with them. They're teenagers, kids. You don't say that to a teenage girl. So she has psychological problems. She's probably 15 years old, man. Cordy, Jonathan Nathan Corda. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Being a famous musician sounds worse than going to college and getting in debt. It's the same scenario because at least you get to pay off your debt. And you can pay off your debt if your single hits. But if you do a record or a spec deal and you don't sell, the spec deal might be 3 songs for 300 grand. You're going to owe me $300,000 because I'm gambling on you and I'm having you sign off that you're going to be responsible for the money. We're going to initially give you $100,000 up front for a spec deal. So you're going to get $100,000, but you're going to pay all that back. We're giving you an advance, not a bonus, an advance. And then we're going to use the 200 grand to create a video and blah, 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 blah. Oh, she's got melanoma. She's worried it spread. Yeah, my wife's got cancer. It's melanoma. She goes tomorrow to have. She's already had a biopsy, so now they're gonna cut the whole piece out of the arm. But that's the kind of cancer that's like if it gets in. She's at level 3, which is 70%. So I don't even know what that means, man. Yeah. So So I got a lot. I've been sick. I got my stomach. So I'm. She looked at me and she's thinking she's gonna die, and she's like, I feel bad for Tristan. He's 11. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere right yet. I'll be in a wheelchair, but I'll still be around. I might feel like shit every day, but I'm not dying yet. You know. But she worries about the kid, so then she gets offended, and the feelings become a part of this, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, take some Xanax, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so like she's going through a lot, and I guess I'm not us. I'm one of those guys that don't worry until the time is to worry. I'm like, don't self-diagnose. Don't do this. Don't do that. Wait till the cancer's out. See where it is. See if it grows back. Have your blood checked. You know, record and release your own music, no labels. Create your own label. Keep everything you own. Yeah, but that's the hard part. You can do that. And you can even get a distribution deal. The problem becomes the touring part because you're not with a major label who has connection with Live Nation or getting you on a tour with other artists to promote you. Let's say, I don't know, depends what kind of music you're doing. But, I always tell everybody go into the pop or the country, make your millions of dollars, and then go do your metal. Yeah, yeah, she could survive easy. Yeah, so you definitely gonna get your own music out there, and if you end up with a hit song on Spotify and the labels notice you, then you have leverage to make a good deal. So there are ways to do that. You know what I mean? You just got to be smart when they come around with the offer and don't sign your life away or your rights. Now here's the funny part to that. Out of all the bands that people make fun of, Poison was the one that never sold the rights to their music and made millions and millions and millions of dollars out of it early on. Quiet Riot didn't own their name. Motley Crue didn't own their publishing because they were all too quick to sign. So there are ways to do it. There absolutely is. If I was younger, I would just do OnlyFans, but I'd do my Instagram and TikTok videos, and then I'd be on it. Hey, ladies, I'm not young no more though. I got scars all over, no abs. um, Jizzy OnlyFans. I'd open it. Then I'd have like OnlyFans strip team. Like what was that guy's Magic Mike? I'd have like my own strip team going on tour. Be a bunch of long hair guys. I'd have one guy looking like Vince Neil. We call it the '80s hair strip team. Oh man. Yeah, don't have a manager that steals all your money. That's a very good one. So like a lot of people make the mistake of hiring one manager with a like top music attorney. Come to me if you want. No, I want you to represent me for this. I'm gonna hire another attorney who's a contract reader. That's important. See, a lot of people don't tell you about this. You need a contract reader who's an attorney. That's all he does is read contracts and understands all of the lingo in contracts. Some lawyers have paralegals that do the research for them in case law. You can't have that with somebody that's involved in contracts as a management company representing you as an artist. You need an actual contract reader, a different firm that reads contracts and a different management with lawyers. You have to have both or you get screwed. Now, how do I know that? No, there's none. I mean, you have Sullivan Biggs with Big Time Entertainment. Sullivan is He's an icon in the music industry. He's the one that books all the big bands. Great White, Motley Crue. Like, you can't do a tour without him. He basically owns your touring rights. He's the one that sets it up. You know, what's his name? The guitar player from Quiet Riot, Alex. He works for him. He's a booking agent. What's top music attorneys thing? I don't know, bro. I think she's fake. I've never seen my. I said this before. My attorney's so busy with court cases. I got two attorneys. I got David Bogenschutz and David Brill. David Bogenschutz is getting ready to retire. His son's taking over. But he's dealt with course case all the way in federal law, dealing with presidents. He's too busy to do YouTube. He doesn't have a mic and a camera in his office. Why? Because he's making, just to retain him for a year, 1 year is 50. I pay him $50,000 a year just to retain him. Then I have David Brill. He's another attorney. I mean, and then I have the same thing with like when you have like a guy a stock trader. You need a lawyer to watch this stock trader and a stock trader to watch what this lawyer is watching. You have to protect yourself on all kinds of levels. That's up to you. See, like, a lot of people don't understand how law works. Like, they want contractors that be licensed and insured, right? A contractor. I don't know how it is in all states, but here in Florida, they want you to have a contractor license. They want you to have workman's comp exempt. And you should, if you're in a band, you should have an LLC, and everyone should be covered under that as a corporation. Then you can write stuff off. You also should have workman's comp exempt insurance, which means that if you drunk and fall off the stage, you can't sue the fairgrounds or wherever you're playing because of your stupidity. Now, if it's something else and they're liable, that's different. But workman's comp exempt, you working there and doing something stupid, you can't even, as a band, you have to be corporated, licensed, and insured. And one of the insurances is workman's comp exempt, so that you can't sue the venue because you're renting somebody else's space. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. A lot of people don't talk about that. You have to be corporated and have workman's comp exempt, and you should have that. If you're playing in a hotel, they want you to have insurance. They want to write a check to you now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. You know, that's why whoever's booking the band and owns the LLC, and he should get more money. He's doing a lot of the work. You know what I mean? And there are booking agents. Like here, there's a couple booking agents for bands. Karen Laser, I did a video about her, and she was on the phone with me. She books a lot of big bands, Air Supply and Collective Soul and all those bands. You can go on Facebook and look up Karen Laser, Lazer. She's a big agent in Florida. You know, she deals with a lot of big bands. You know, so like you have to find a booking agent, you have to find a management company, you need contract readers, because once you start getting into that area where you're opening for there's a lot of stuff that I have to sign and agree to if I open for Sabbath Nights and Vinny Appice and those guys. You know, there's writers and riders, and you have to agree to terms of this and terms of that. There's stuff that you can't do, stuff that you can do. There's a lot that goes into that. So it's very crucial that you understand that music is a business first and foremost. If you're starting to get paid for what covers tribute bands, opening up for other bands, or an original band, first of all, it's a business. Once you start opening for a band in your area and you don't sell it out for that big bands, not everybody wants to go see Sabbath Nights, but the local band can sell it out and get paid. And that's going to create a name for yourself in the industry, in the local circuit. When the big bands come in, who's the biggest band around here that can help us draw our tickets? Well, when I opened for Sabbath Nights here, I sold all the VIP tables. That was me and my people bought them. I had one guy buy 6 tables. That's $280 a table. He bought all of them. And then he invites his friends. You know what I mean? So when you have people like that and you can sell that out, And then we get the crowd going. You're opening for a band. Your job is to pump the audience up. You got Sabbath Nights coming out here. They're going to rock this. I mean, you put on a show and run around and get the crowd into it. Man, this band's great. So when the band comes on, they're excited. Oh, they're going to be just like them. And then they're, you know, that's how you do. Mediocre music attorney. I don't know, man. She owns her own business. She is a music attorney, but I think she started that and went to school with that with the idea of helping her band get signed through legal process, and it didn't pan out for her. She's not a bad singer, and her band's not that bad, but representing yourself is a conflict of interest, and that's not the way to do it. Like, Puff Daddy and P. Diddy, he was an A&R guy, sent in his own tapes and didn't disclose who it was, and they liked it, so they signed him as an artist. He tricked his way in. Post Malone's parents were in the film industry making costumes for celebrities, and you know what I mean? Joe Bonamassa's dad was selling guitars to famous people. There's always a connection, but they're not going to tell you about that. And then people went, "What? Man, I'm a good guitar. I'm a great singer. How come I can't get on? I can't." Your dad ain't famous. Your dad ain't got the connections. It's always some kind of connection. My connection was through GIT, Mike Varney. Mike Varney knew Paul Gilbert and Becker and put all these guys together, and Tony McAlpine, Pantera. That was the guy that created that scene, Mike Varney. GIT didn't create shit. It was Mike Varney that created that. He brought Yngwie over and Steeler and Keel. It was Mike Varney. If we had never had Mike Varney, the 80s would have never happened. I don't know what he saw in that at that time and why he did that. I think he's passed away, but that would be a great question to ask Mike Varney. Why did you do what you did? What did you see in these guitar players? Did you see the 80s going to happen with Motley Crue? Like, what happened? Why did you do what you did? That would have been the question of the century right there. Because he saw something that nobody else did. You know what I mean? That's the crazy part of that. He saw something no one else did. So was he a follower or a leader? He was a leader. I owe everything that, through my father and my parents, through Mike Varney, that and getting me into GIT, and then he got me the audition for Ozzy. Unfortunately, I was too young. I don't know if he ever did interviews. I got so busy that I hardly ever talked to him after that because he was busy with the other guitar players, up and coming guitar players. He was in the back of the guitar magazines and stuff. I lost contact with him, like all the guys. I'm still friends with Paul. Like, hey, it's Smiley at GIT. I showed some of the stuff in there, but a lot of the guys you don't talk to. I'm friends with Mike Tramp. I don't hardly talk to him. Jim Crean just did some acoustic shows. He's the singer from Sabbath Nights, and I just talked to him. I said hi. He said, will do. So, like, I talk through other people, too. When I see some of them, unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, George Lynch, somebody asked me if he lives around here. I don't know, but he's awfully in Florida a lot. So I get to see him a lot now. Mike Varney was the CI time. Yeah, he could be. He's the head of Atlantic Records now. His name is Schmidt. No, I don't know. But yeah, you lose contact with all those people. Like, I didn't talk to Alan Holsworth for a long time after all that. I took lessons from him. And then I saw something from his manager that was posted that used to manage him. I was like, hey, do you remember me? Blah, blah, blah. Thank you so. And he said, thank you so much of the way you talked about Alan. That was very nice of you. Because, like, Alan had a kooky sense of. He seemed like kind of standoffish. Like, he was a very private person, but you get a few beers into him, he opened up. And that's how Alan was. And he had a terrific sense of humor once he had a couple drinks in him. You know? Oh, Mike Tramp? Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know what to think about that. I just watched a new one with Don Dokken. Oh my god. He's got to just stop. He was like talk singing. Like, it was so bad. I was waiting for him not even to hit the note. Like, even in a low register, Don Dokken. It just got lucky. I've been driven. Like, it was like he had no, just got, like, he had no, he couldn't get air to push. Like, it was weird to watch. I was like, holy shit, he can't even push at all. Like, he can't even sing in falsetto. Just got lucky. Like, I mean, not even pushing and do that. Like, I don't know what's wrong with his lungs. I think his lungs, he said his arm got paralyzed, but I think part of that was the side of his body, and maybe his lungs can't push no more because he definitely can't even get air. Just got lucky. I mean, it doesn't take anything to do that. No, the guys like Sebastian will push when they do that, you know. But like, I don't get it, you know. And and then I watched Sammy Hagar do the Van Halen thing with Joe Satriani. It was a full show. And he was talking shit about David Lee Roth and how bad he sings. I'm like, bro, you ain't that much better. You're all out of key. And you ain't hitting that right now. You know, you're not hitting those highs either, bro. And you're out of key. At least I expect that from David Lee Roth. Yeah, he's turning. Don is turning into Frankie Valli for sure, man. John Cash. Yeah. Now, Mike sounded pretty good. He can't hit the highs neither, but at least he's like maybe an octave down, maybe two and a half step down. But he's not singing, wait. You know, he's not way up in that register he used to be. I never had to love you. If you wanted to love you one more time. He's not hitting those notes. I can't, like, I don't even know how he sings it, but I know it. One more time. He's not, he's got, but he sounds still good. Wait, wait. Like, he's singing, wait, wait, no. And he had that whiny voice anyway. But I mean, at least Mike Tramp still sounds pretty decent. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would go see Mike Tramp. The White Lion's not bad. Now see, White Lion should hire Don Dawkins, guitar player and bass player, and I forget who's playing bass for Don, but he sings great. I can't remember his name. Is it Sean McNabb? Maybe. But the guitar player and the bass player of Don's band should be the guitar player and the guitar player and the bass player for Mike Tramp. If Mike Tramp hired those two, Mike would sound incredibly good. It's kind of like, you know, Joel didn't get to do a sound check with Stephen Piercy, and I saw Stephen. That was horrible too with Joel. I mean, the video's out there. You can't hide that. You know, I'm not saying anything that you can't see, but it was bad. The playing wasn't that good. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like I was like, damn, I need to go see them. Steven was all over the place with his vocals. Like, I still think you need to be pretty good, you know? So you're not saying, wait, wait, never. You know, so you're not singing way up there, but he's still singing, wait, wait. You know, he still sounds good, where Don and Dave are just, it's no good. I wonder if Dave sings You're No Good live. You're no good on vocals. You're no good. Yeah, but there's a lot of people that just doesn't, I don't know. And then I see like guys like King Diamond who still hit all the notes. You know what I mean? Mike Michevic from Steelheart still hitting all the notes. There are some guys that maintain their. See, that's another thing. Like guitars, no one tells you how to maintain the guitar. They just tell you what a piece of shit it is or how great it is. Well, There is there a video on guitar maintenance? Does anyone know? Let's see. Let's look it up real quick. Just out of for shits and giggles. Let's see if I'm even wrong. Let's see. Let me go on YouTube search. Guitar search. Guitar maintenance. Guitar maintenance video. Guitar maintenance for beginners. Of course, Marty Schwartz has a video on it. Driftwood Builders. Now, Driftwood Builders is a great channel. They cut acoustics guitar and guitars apart, and they tell you the insides with the bracing and everything. Elixir strings, tailored guitars, cleaning and maintaining techniques. So that they are on there, but like these are professional people. Except I don't know about Marty. No, Marty's all right. But these are all guys that you wouldn't expect talking about this. Actually got one. Look, how to basic maintenance care for your guitar and bass by Fender. Props to Fender again. You know what I mean? They popped up there. Gibson. Gibson's Guide to Guitar Setup and Maintenance. Gibson. Props to Gibson. Who else is doing it? Stu Mack. And then you got Philip McKnight. His pops up. Basic tools guitar players need to do setups. No maintenance. No one else is talking about maintenance. No maintenance. No, that was it. Fender, Gibson, and Stu Mack, and a couple other little channels. King Diamond, I think, is still touring. Yeah, I would like to go see that. And Andy's an incredible guitar player. That's who Motley Crue should have hired. Andy LaRue. That he's got the sound, he's got the darkness, he's a great lead player. He's better than John Five. Again, nothing against John Five. He's a good guitar player, but I don't think he's the right fit for Motley Crue. They just hired him out of friendship, feelings. I mean, why are you going to hire somebody to play? Mick Mars' part. I would have got an evil guitar player in there. Someone evil. Someone that would kick your ass. I mean, who's out there that Motley Crue, I mean, them. It's kind of like the Sammy Hagar thing. I'd rather see Nuno play that thing. And I just saw a video of Nuno playing with who was it? Chris Jericho. He sounded like shit on the video. Like he wasn't playing the Ozzy solo. Randy, it was bad. It wasn't that good. So again, Nuno shouldn't play Randy Rhoads stuff. He should play more like the Eddie Van Halen stuff. I mean, they're two different styles. But yeah. You think with David Lee Roth? I don't know. You think it was David Lee Roth? I think oh no, David Lee Roth. I kind of liked him in Rob Zombie. Oh, Mick Thompson, yeah. See, that would be an incredible guitar player for Crew. Oh, yeah. That would have been a really good fit right there. Mick Thompson. Take collagen supplements for your vocal cords. Honey's really good, too. Real honey. Yeah, and a lot of those guys, you got to remember, too, from the 80s, they were singing notes that were unbelievably high. So I mean, after all those years, it takes it. The you know what's weird to me is why David Lee Roth is singing so high. He never sang that high. It's almost like he was trying to compete with Sammy and the highness vocals, like as how high they're singing. I'm like, why are you singing like that, bro? That's not how you sang it on the album. Like, is he losing his hearing? So now he hears everything is lower than it was before? So, like, that's a great question, you know? So people ask me all the time, when you, well, why, your hearing's still good. Why, you were playing with, you had six cabinets on stage. Why is your hearing okay? I'm like, well, first of all, it was all tracked, but my cabinet was under the stage in an ISO thing, or I ran direct sometimes. Like, what? I go, it depended. You know, the only thing live with expose and stuff were the solos. So it wasn't like I was playing at full volume. Everything was being pumped through monitors in a PA. You know, all the old ADAT tapes. I don't know if you guys know what those are. But yeah, so like a lot of the stuff was tracked. And that's like the funny thing today. You hear about like how bad AI is. Well, AI is bad. Why do you say it's bad? It's going to make live music much better. It's going to increase wages. But at the same time, I'm like, how could you be so against AI and you say that the song doesn't move you because it was created by AI? Yet you go watch a major motion picture and the whole thing is scripted and fake. The people are just good at tricking you into believing that the movie's real. They're called paid actors. None of it's real, and they use AI in the movies, but yet you still like that. That's where I think the hypocrisy is unbelievably one sided, and they push it one way or the other with the agenda shit. I don't like that. You either like it or you don't. You know, why is it so good for the movie industry and so bad for the music industry? You know what I mean? It's a weird thing. Now I'm not a huge Rob Zombie fan either, but I like John Five in that band better, a lot better than me. To me, the sound he fit that band better. You know what I mean? The ADAT tests in the '80s. We're still using those at the radio station. Yeah, up to the 2000s. Holy crap! So we ran a lot of tracks on the ADAT tapes. So we went back into the studio, kind of like the tribute album with Ozzy. That's all remastered, and some of the guitar tracks and vocal tracks were redone on that album. It's not a real live album, you know. So like when we would do, when we went back into the studio, and I would record the guitar parts more like raw. It would sound still good, but I didn't want it to sound huge, you know, like overproduced album, which because it was. So you had to be convinced. You had to convince the audience that you were live, but it didn't sound exactly like the record. So we would record all our parts live and then do it like that. You know what I mean? So a lot of people didn't understand that we were using actual tracks then too. Oh, look at that. Everyone's disappearing now. We went from over 40 down to, what is it? What are we at? 29. That's still a lot of people at midnight. Ain't you guys got jobs? No. It's summer vacation, too. I heard my kid up. I heard him banging the ice. It's midnight. But he slept all day. He slept, my wife let him sleep till 1 or 2 in the afternoon. I'm like, he went to bed early. I seen him. I checked on him 3 or 4 times. I don't sleep well when I'm sick. So I'm constantly up, drinking soda. And I could tell I'm dehydrated because I didn't eat or drink a lot over the last couple of days because I've already drank an energy drink and I haven't had to pee and I just drank a Coke Zero. So yeah, see, I didn't know that. That's funny. You were using the ADAS for the commercials. Would you have one ADAF for each commercial, or would you put like a bunch of them on there and run it? Because I know the programming they already had it pre-programmed. Hey, what's up, Michael? So, Michael, if you scroll through the comments and you see a highlighted Jit Boy in yellow, that's the actual letter from LSL that Fender sent them. There's no destruction of guitars. It's a phase out period. All these guys are lying about it. Talked about Henning Pauly. He was accused of being a pedo with the young teenage girl that said was his students, but they deleted all the old tapes. And he ran back to Germany. Be a social media star. And he acts like he's a famous guitar player over here. I had albums and I was doing jingles. I said, oh, really? Jingles out of LA? That was probably the time in the 80s and stuff. You're a little younger than me, but I know everybody out in LA. You know, you got Robert Sarzo, who's a musical conductor out there. He controls a lot of the industry out there. Oh, you put them on the tape in the order that you had them, air them. Yeah, because I know that's what you would do. I don't know how you programmed the songs, but a lot of times the songs were in the same order, or you would change the order up a little bit, you know. And you did you guys actually? Because I know that a lot of radio stations, depending on who they were, record labels would pay you to pay. They'd pay you to promote certain artists too, and you would put whoever paid most got more in the rotation of obviously, but that's how they created hits. It wasn't. It was the labels in the radio stations that created the superstars. You know what I mean? They paid for you to play them, and the more that they paid, the better it got for certain bands. But that's how they made their money back. It's kind of like commercials. You got money for advertising. That was a big for 'em, for the radio stations. Getting that ad money. But that's what social media is turning into. The old record stations, right? Radio stations. Once MTV fizzled out and figured out what you guys were doing, I can get paid if I put regular shows on and get paid advertising. Now that's into YouTube and Netflix, and it's the same shit all over again, just a different avenue. It's unbelievable how that happens, right? Oh, we got back up in the 30s. Look at that. Goes up and down here and there. That's unbelievable to me that the channel holds that much. Those we had over 40 people all night, but it stayed about 35 for the most part. Went over 40. It's amazing to me how many people come on here to watch and stuff and see. And thank you everybody for coming on. I'm sure there's some people on here looking for clickbait material for their own channel. Whether it's the tone nerds or whatever, trying to listen to what I say. But for the most part, most of you guys want to hear the truth, and I applaud you guys because you're the guys that are going to talk the truth and put it out there. And you got the letter from LSL and Fender. There's no more bullshit that can be made off that. You guys have the link to it. Like, why didn't they give you the link? It was findable. How come no one told anyone? Here's the actual letter. Here's the link. Go find it. Instead of holding up like Philip Ignite, one page. Here it is. No, that's not the letter. I knew it wasn't. I told you it was before I even showed it. I told you it was a multi-page letter. Cosmic sunbeams, cash, cash, cash. Yeah, cash cow, cash. Everybody say hello to Louis Rossman in case he's watching the live stream. Yeah, I'm glad he changed his tune though. Told me to F off. Get the F out of here, I think was his exact word. You're not a tough guy. And I'll come on your channel and disprove everything you're saying because I love to research stuff. That's the one thing I can say. Maybe that's what filtered into my musical, like learning the theory. I just didn't want to know what they were telling me. I wanted to know how it worked. So like when I hear somebody say something, what do you mean it works that way? So I'll go in and I'll start looking at it. Like the Fender letter. I know there had to be a copy of it somewhere. So I found it and got you the link. But now I can't just keep saying it. It's up to everybody else to put the word out there. Hey, this guy got the actual letter. That's not what it said. All these guys on YouTube are lying. And I think Fender should sue him. I really do. That would be great. I'd like to see all these shit talkers that have channels and they don't have a lot of money. I'd like to see them cry because Fender came after them with lawyers. You know, defamation by misinformation. That should be a law. You can't just say what you feel on a lawful matter without seeing and knowing the letter as a lawyer or a lawyer explaining it to you. Because that's not what that letter said. There was no destruction. It was a phase out section to LSL. The only thing to be destroyed was the exact, like a fake, that said Fender on it. You know what I mean? I just noticed my Charvel. Is that interesting? Do I got a fake Charvel? So, like, here. So, I just noticed my logo. Okay, here's our Charvel. Look how the logo is over here. It goes up, right? Let me show you how sloppy logos can get. Now, I don't really give a shit about a logo. Now, look at this logo. That runs off. It's not at that. I can't do the angle. That angle. It's not at the same angle. See how that is? It's not running with that line. Do I really care? No, but you're going to tell me the inconsistency of that product is really bad. Who gives a shit? It's the logo. I think some of the viewers are listening to have something in the background to fall asleep, but you wake them up when you play your guitar. Should I crank it? No, my wife will get mad. Summer Solstice. Oh, it's today? I'm not even plugged in. I got my cable here though. Look. Testing, testing, testing. You will not sleep. You will give me all the Velvet Hammer money. You will unlock your bank account. I need your birthday and social security. Speak it into your TV for me. Yeah. If you don't know Fender, yeah, that's a great saying. If someone doesn't know Fender built the Stratocaster, they live under a rock. There's no way to defend that unless you made it really good. Now, do I think PRS is going to have a problem? No, I think that was done very differently. Oh, nice. Married 25 years yesterday. Great for you, man. Yeah, I don't think PRS is going to have a problem. I think they're going to work out a deal. Again, I flew out to them and talked to both of them. I told them what I thought. I got paid and I went home. It's the best way. They work it out amongst themselves out of a courtroom. I mean, there's a phase out deal with that. So phase out the PRS Silver Sky and do the Silver Sky 2. Come back with an innovative, make it a tally. make it a tally. I mean, does John Mayer have loyalty to any company? No. He's already doing another build with another luthier, and I forget the name of him, but he's building a telly for him. Is that fair to PRS? I don't think so, but is his contract run out? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, make the fucking horns different or something. Even SG has two horns, but they're different. Yeah, they're completely like if you look at this, look at the horns on this, right? The specs are completely different. Look at the horns on the Ibanez compared to the Charvel. They're more pointy, they're longer. It's a different build, you know. This has a toggle on it, but even their toggle is different. They use this kind of weird toggle on there. That has a toggle, but it's the straight one. Maybe put a toggle up here, route into the body, and glue it up and do it the right way. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do to make it different. Even I don't even like, I don't mind pointed horns, but make the horns like pointed and then flatten them so you can put your strap lock and drill it so it's sitting flat against there for the strap locks. I mean, there's so many different things you can do to that to call it your own. You know what I mean? Another example, Kramer. Look at the body design. That looks it's like it's the same kind of shape overall, but the specs on this with the contour, this is totally different. You know what I mean? You can't say the Kramer is an exact copy. And again, they did the three switches, the three knobs, but they didn't do it on a pick guard with the same exact pickup configuration. You know what I mean? There's ways around it. Do three single coil EMGs or influence pickups. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Screw them direct to the wood. Don't put a pick guard on there. Do a toggle up on the top. Cut the horns off square. I mean, there's all kinds of things that this LSL could have done. Yeah, I mean, I don't like really sharp horns either. I like them like square. Like it maybe that one pointed and this one square for the so that it actually looks like an extension. The horns extended with the strap lock. Make the strap lock a part of it. You know what I mean? Maybe do the contours, where the contours come even, like the SG, but you got the horns different lengths, but the contours come exactly the same. So you can get your hand up in there. There's a million things a company could do. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, they know that Fender and Gibson are two of the biggest selling companies. They own 70% of the market. So they're going to steal. Because if you could get 10% of that business, that's a lot of money. But again, the patent says it's going to be public domain. And the idea is behind that, why they don't renew the patent, that no one talks about why it's non-renewable, is because it goes into public domain, not to be copied, but to embellish on, to make it to another level, to take the idea and make it better. I mean, look at phones. They're taking it to another level and making them better. They're taking cars, they're taking boats from a different era and making them better today. They're making amps better. They're making speakers better. So why not embellish on the guitar? It's not rocket science. Just make the designs different. I don't get it either. Like, is it that hard to do? Do you have to copy the body with a fucking pen or a marker? I used to do that in school when I was like 7. Same thing like the headstock designs. I mean, Thoman got caught making the exact Fender headstock design, which is trademarked. Are you that stupid? You're going to copy the trademarked that they still own today in Europe of a Fender headstock. That's why Thoman they got sued. And Thoman got in trouble financially because of that. Why would you copy Fender's iconic headstock when you know it's still licensed? Makes no sense to me. Yeah, that's the thing, because Fender owns all these companies, and Fender's iconic, and everybody talks about the Strat and Telly from the old days and the new days, and everybody in Nashville wants a Fender, and I mean, they're nice guitars. Don't get me wrong, but my Fenders are all super Strats. My purple Strat is a single humbucker with a Floyd Rose and a Datuna on it, two noiseless pickups and a Pearly Gates Duncan. It's got a rosewood fingerboard or ebony, I don't remember. It's got locking tuners. It's not your regular Fender. It's like a custom shop. The Prodigy was already done for me. Bill Lawrence, two Fender pickups. It's got the old Kaler system on there. I mean, you know, as now I get the vibe. That's the closest thing to a 50. So, with the pine body. Does it sound good? Yeah, good enough for me. It sounds like an old Fender without the issues of rusting coils and because the wires aren't coated. I don't know. Fender used to make the Talon. The Fender Talon, the Hartfield Talon, was one of the best super strats money could buy. Vinnie Moore played those. I've got one put away. What color is mine? Red. Mine's a candy apple red. Always wanted the white one. They make a purple one too, and a yellow, like a yellowish one. But I don't think they make super strats anymore because they got Charvel and Jackson now. There's like really no need to make them, which kind of limits the Fender because they could have made. Fender does the modern series, the vintage series. They got different levels. They got the player too. They got the custom shop. They got this one. They got that one. I mean, there's a lot of offers of different levels of Fenders. That's why it's baffling to me. Why do you say the Fender company sucks and they're overpriced? That 50 Vibes is as good as any custom shop boutique builder guitar I've ever played. You know what I mean? I've played Tom Anderson's and Sirs. I think that Vibes plays better. This $500 Jackson plays better. I think this plays better than the Peavey. Excuse me. Swallowed wrong. Andy would love that. Andy would. Those are my gay jokes. What's up, Deer Creek? Yeah, 4 hours. I feel okay. I need to get something to drink though. I already drink all my drinks. But I put the actual. If you go through here, you can actually see the actual LSL letter that was sent by Fender. There's no destruction of property. It's offering phase out. It's on there. So if you see Jip Boy and here, I think I can do it. Like I figured out how to do this. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I could do it real quick again. Let's see. We talked about Henning and what a creep he was. So if I go to mail, let's see, right here, I'm going to copy it, right? Copy. I'm going to go to my YouTube right now. Let's see, where's me? Library, subscriptions. I'm going to go here, your channel. I'm going to go on my live right now. I'm going to post, watch this, Deer Creek. I learned this tonight. Watch this. Watch, it's going to pop up. There it is. Bam, bingo, bammo. There's the letter, LSL. You like that? I'm getting techie, bro. I'm getting like you. So there's the actual letter from Fender LSL. It's 18 pages, 9 of it's English, 9 of it's German. You could go to the very last page and read the whole thing. So you can copy that and put it in your browser. And then spread the word. They're all lying about it. There's no destruction of all property, heavy, unbelievable fines. And they're only going after one guitar that LSL's making. So there you go. Then we talked about Henning Pauly and how he was doing this minor thing. He had a minor that was supposedly a student and he was making sexual innuendos, and they stopped doing that, and she went under her own, and he helped her do that and get away from him, and they deleted a bunch of videos, and he moved back to Germany, and then he started a GoFundMe to get her over to NAMM over there. Weird. And then we talked about how they're on Sabat guitars. So for you guys here, I'll re-show you some of this because some of you guys probably didn't see. So like I'll show you the connections through some of these people. So let's see. Let me go into my photos. Let's see. Sabat guitars. Henning Pauly. Big Hairy Guitars. Your favorite and mine, Rhett Scholl. Tim Pierce. Oh, all the guys that are crying. Interesting. Interesting, right? And here's the GoFundMe for Nam. Kiera. Trafficking a minor abroad. Interesting. Then Henning Pauly's house. Fucking weird paint job. Henning Pauly party. Wacko. That's a kid. I didn't notice that. She's young too. Like, what are you doing, bro? Look at all the girls. Is he the Epstein of Germany? Henning Pauly? Dweezil guitar guy? Henning Pauly? Maybe Grace Bowers has an incident. Yeah, keep going though. 9 pages are in German, but then after you see the signature, you'll see 9 pages in American. It's not all in German. You got to go through it all. So there's 9 pages. The first 9 pages are in German. The second 9 pages are in English. So you can see it's identical. They made copies in German, copies in English, and you could see. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland. Maybe he should be friends with Andy Wood. Because doesn't he do those Castaway things? Is that what you sent me? That was Henning Pauly too in the Castaway video stuff? Yeah, look at the second part of that, Deer Creek. What in the actual... that's called somebody after minors. That, like, not letting my daughter go near him. That's kind of weird. You know what I mean? The author is known as Pico? Who, that guy, Henning Pauly in there? Or the Castaway things. But that's him in there, right? The Castaway pictures? That's some weird shit, bro. Fucking weird. That's like demented weird. You're in your 50s. That's like a mental weird. You know what I mean? It's one thing dressing up as fucking Mario one time and making fun of Mario when it was Halloween and I do a video. My dad, you should do a video like that. Castaway was gay 60 cycle Hummer. What? Beezer. Ichigrab. Yeah, look on the English version. Look on the last page, page 18. You'll see what it says here. Let me show everybody page 18 cuz some people won't look at it. Right? Let me go on here real quick. To reimburse is it page 18? No. I lied. Undertake cease and desist. It's on page 16, right here. Our client therefore insisted you immediately stop manufacturing, marketing, selling, and producing the infringed products and confirm this until May 25th, 2026. If you confirm that you will comply with our client's claims, our client would in turn be prepared to make concessions in relation to their claims for e.g. damages and possibly in relation to phase out transitional periods. However, should you fail to correspond in the deadline, blah, blah, blah. There is no anything of that, of destruction. So that's that single line and then you go up and it tells you what it is. That's on page. Maybe that's 17. It says 16 to 18. Yeah, it says 16 of 18. Signed Richard Dismount, a doctor. Hmm. So there's a whole thing in there that says, 60 cycle hum. The link won't open for you? No, if you copy the link and put it in your browser, it should open. Because Deer Creek's got it open. Just make sure you only copy the link. The www whatever. Let me see. So if you copy here, so it would be you have to copy it like this. See on the top, HTTP. So copy that whole link, but leave my part out. So HTTP, and it's gonna go. Can I open the full part? It's a long link, but like whatever you saw, make sure you take the Jitboy part off. Just copy the link from the HTTP thing. The gay British guy went to the island too. Henning is most likely bi. Oh, because he was hanging out with all those gay dudes. So that was him in the bar pictures? With the pink tank tops on? What the fuck, bro? He's got issues. He's not even married with kids, is he? Is he single? Does anyone know? Is Henning Polly married? Let's see. Henning Polly gay. Let's see. It doesn't say. German guitarist, producer, and YouTube Henning Polly. He doesn't talk about his sexual orientation. Excuse me. Which is weird because he's always was making sexual innuendos to a minor. Is Henning Polly married? Or kids? Because that's interesting. He's not married and does not have children. So he's not married, doesn't have kids. He got married in his 40s. He's divorced now, it says. He's not married and no kids. Vacation to an island. Watch the YouTuber Vacation to an Island tell me it is not gay. 60 cycle home. Hey, what's up, Sammy? That Alice in Wonderland party at his house is fucking wacko, bro. I don't care if my daughter was 22. I'd be like, you go in that house, we're gonna have a problem. And you're doing all those guitar getaway things. Like he had that getaway thing. Remember he had all those guitar players where he was talking about Fender and stuff. Listen, I have a lot of friends, but I'm not. The only time I'm gonna hang out with my friends is in a bar watching a band, or I'm going fishing on a charter boat. Yeah, it's a Diddy party, right? Thanks, man. Same to you. Oh, he's telling you what he is. Yeah, he's the P Diddy of Germany. I was telling you, the FBI needs to look into this guy. Because he manipulates his words too. He's not stupid. Like when he was talking about the reality around him and stuff. Like, who's to say your reality is realistic? You know what I mean? Half Tate. Like, what is reality? It's whatever you're not offended by, or what you are offended by. Like your feelings are reality, dude. So were you a pedophile? Was that must have been a part of your reality because you were making sexual innuendos to a minor at that time and said that it was nothing. She's just a student. So why would you make sexual innuendos with a minor? Are you out of your mind? Like I would never have. So I'll tell you guys a story. In my West Palm Beach house, it's not in a gated community. I rent the house out. It's millions and millions of dollars. It's like 35,000 square feet. It's fucking big. There's a gate there. There was like, I could get 8 cars in my garage. I had Ferraris out there and I had some other cars. And the kids would play in the neighborhood because it was a family. It's down near the beach in West Palm. Some of the kids would say, "Can I sit in your cars?" I said, "You have to go get your parents before you come on my property." I didn't need to have some fucking 12-year-old girl make up some bullshit story because she thought she was in trouble that I made advantages. An advance toward. Go get your mother and ask her if it's okay. And then she can come and she can watch you. I had no problem with them sitting in the car, but you're not coming into my house and you're not getting into the cars until your parents are here, and then you can step through the gate. So I used to let some of the kids sit in the cars because, they were cool cars, but their parents had to be there. Yeah, he's a classic psychopath. Yeah, he is. You can tell by the way he acts, the frustration in his voice, and how he has like these mood swings from oh, it's just reality. I don't want to. I'm not here to tell you that ice is bad, and that's your opinion, and I have mine. So why even throw that in there? You're a fucking manipulator of language. And if you're manipulating adults, I can only imagine what you do to fucking kids. You know what I mean? Manipulating a conversation of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Yeah, no thanks, man. That's funny. Germany had Hitler and he calls Trump Hitler. What an oxymoron that is. Can't you just be Hitler if you came out of Germany? Bring him to my house, brother. What, the miners or Henning? I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. No, yeah. Henning ran. He was in California. I was doing jingles and I was doing. Well, why'd you move back to Germany? Because the heat got too hot for you in the kitchen. Deleted all those videos and hightailed it out after you were about to maybe go to jail for something. Well, maybe if you didn't make sexual innuendos and acted like a fucking normal guy on your channel, you would have never gotten that into that his tribe hates Hitler. Oh, that's right. He's gay. No. I don't know. That's funny. I don't know. But that's funny. If he hates Hitler, then that would explain a lot too, right? Not saying Hitler was good, but I just watched a great documentary on Pablo Escobar and Francis and the Paris guy that interviewed him and how he got to be around all of them and how they tricked him into the arrest and shot him. That was unbelievable. But he used to study strategic warfare from Napoleon. Yeah, he's an international criminal. I believe it, man. I really do. I think Henning is on the run. I think he ran, and I think he's a part of a guy group that may be bisexual that makes a lot of comments to minors. And then he like, oh, I went into Fender before into their custom shop thing, and I didn't want to. They told me not to show the footage of a couple guitars that weren't out. Well, so edit them out of your fucking video. It's easy to do. You just put like a blurry part over it. They do it in the Chinese porn. You just blurry it out. Oh, I couldn't. And then he made an excuse. He did answer me. Because he was commenting to me, you're really rude and I don't like the way you approach this and what you're asking me. And I said, I'm rude? I said, bro, you ran from the United States and went back to Germany. I said, weren't you the guy making those weird videos with that girl and you were making sexual innuendos to her? No comment. Oh, you hung out with Pablo? Yeah, you know what I liked about Pablo? Oh, no, Noriega. You know what I liked about Pablo Escobar? He played the game. Fender suing it. No, Fender's not, yeah, Fender suing everybody. Yeah. I said, bro, Fender ain't suing anyone. It's a cease and desist letter. What I liked about Pablo Escobar, he did give back to the people a lot. But he was against the oligarchy, and he even said, the United States is poison. If they didn't want drugs, I wouldn't be in the position I am. It's because of the United States buying all the drugs. He's got a fucking point there, doesn't he? And how much of those drugs were allowed in, and how much did they have to give him to make, you know, for every, the port has to make busts on that stuff every so often to make it look like they're fighting drugs. But you know what? There was so many of that shit coming in. They had, the U.S. got caught with a biker gang bringing stolen coins from all over the world, the gold, silver coins and money, and they were laundering it through Mexico through the border. It's not the drugs that are worth a lot of money. 60 billion in money. They got caught. And guess who was helping them? The CIA. Yeah, Dean. Well, Dean got in trouble last year. They lost that lawsuit, but Dean's still in hot water because the Dimebag estate is going after Dean now, right? So Dean is restructuring their Chapter 11 because now they can't make a lot of guitars, which is, I mean, what's Dean gonna make? You can't make Les Paul copies. You can't make the Flying V copy, the Explorer copy. You can still make the 335 because it's functional, the acoustic shape of it. And now Dime is suing you for all the Dimebag guitars. Like, what are they going to make? Like, they could make the Dean Cadillac still. I mean, that's a pretty cool guitar. The Dean Cadillac. There's a great example of a Les Paul made differently. But that's the real issue. Dean lost to Gibson last year in like a 4 or 5 year battle for copyright. Gibson won. That opened the door for copyright. Because once you patent something, the problem is it's hard to get a copyright on something that was already patented with a law behind it saying that it goes in the public domain so they can make it better. And then you try to copyright it under a different law with a different example. That's hard to do. Yeah, the Caddy Dean is a great one. Yeah, that's a really good guitar. Oh, your brother was vice president of Hells Angels. See, and that's like another thing. A lot of people. I mean, there was a lot of drug wars, and Hell's Angels. They didn't do anything any different than the fucking government did. To be honest with you, I mean, we had like Obama's. Sorry, but what's his name? Uh, Santoro. Barry Santoro. His adopted dad was actually like killing people with a military over oil fields, and he was in cahoots with Bush with the oil and blah blah blah. I mean, we were getting we Afghanistan was the oil fields and the poppy fields. I mean, is it really any different than what Hell's Angels does or the Outlaws? Not really. Sorry, everybody. But Hell's Angels and the Outlaws, they did a lot of great stuff for the communities as well. Everybody looks at them as because the propaganda always put them as the bad guys. You know, and I introduced my dad to like at Earl's Hideaway. Some of the bikers, they knew who I was through the music scene, and they were buying him drinks and wanted to take pictures and stuff. My dad was an ex-cop, and he's like, "Wow." And then when we left, they blocked traffic so my dad could get out because he's handicapped and he drove. So they stopped traffic for him. They're good people. The Barry Santoro story, yeah, that's a fucked up one there. Obama's worth 500 million before he even got into office because the money was in India. There was 1.5 billion left in there for the brothers and sisters. A lot of people don't know that. What's his name? Judge Joe Brown talked about that. Remember him? Judge Joe Brown. He tells the whole story. My son went to school with him. That's a crazy story. How much of it's true? Who knows? Yeah, I know a lot of people from Outlaws and Hell's Angels and some of the different biker clubs locally and stuff. They're good people. I've never had a problem. Just don't fucking point cameras at them or cell phones. Yeah, it's a club, not a gang. Yeah, my wife was. I did some parties for some bikers. Hell's Angels and Outlaws down here. Private parties. Wheels the Man hosted it and had some of the other groups there. And my wife was filming the band, and she turned around while I was talking and filming me. And one of the probates came up to her and said, "You're not filming over there, are you? Can I see what you're filming?" "Yeah, great to meet you too, man." And she got panicked because she never had that happen to before. I go, "You'll be fine. Just show them the phone." I go, "They're just very private people." Dude, yeah. Bikers, if you're friends with bikers, they got your back, bro. They will have your back. And there's different kind of biker gangs out there, and not to say gangs, but clubs. They have military biker clubs. They have police biker clubs. They have all kinds of different biker clubs. But like we got it into the idea of putting it in like a gang. With it, like the mafia was more of a gang to me than the biker clubs. You know what I mean? But why didn't they go after the Oh yeah, that's right. The mafia would work for him. Yeah, yeah. They'll take your phone or your camera and they look at it just for the safety of some of the people that want to remain private. No, they're good. They're good people. They even wanted me to join the club. They're like, dude, you're cool. And I told the band guys, yeah, yeah, and they would say, we need young blood in there. Would you like to join our club? And the same thing. They don't have gang houses. It's club houses. It's a club. You're 100% right. The mafia pays you. And I always like. I mean, I think there's going to be a point where some of these clubs are going to step up and knock some of this crap off. Like in Texas with the Carmelo, the guys going out and beating up the girl and crap. If the police don't handle that, I know what the clubs are thinking. They will, because they don't like that kind of stuff. It's not right. And I did see something on the news about Muslims in New York with their own cop cars. They're called. It's not Muslim police. It's like, man, they got a name for them. Does anyone know what that is? I just saw this today. Osmond Gold was showing it. Puking toilets. I know all about that, bro. I overdosed 5 times. I'm not proud of it, but I lived hard. But yeah, they know all the same people I probably know in the Hollywood industry, the music industry. They go way up too. They're good people. Yeah, I don't know the Shari law, but no, there's these Muslims in like cop uniforms. They're like community watch. But they got these like cop looking cars in New York now. It just showed up. Let me see if I could get a picture of it. Because I shit my pants. I was like, what? That can't be right. Is that real? Now, it could be AI. I don't know. Let's see. Muslim community watch cars. New York. It's called the Muslim Community Patrol and Services. MCPS operates a neighborhood watch program in New York, primarily based in Brooklyn's Bay Bridge Sunset Park area. The community watches utilize highly visible vehicles resemble police squad cars. Let me see. Can I do an image? Jesus Christ. That shit's got to stop, man. I don't have anything wrong with Muslims, but obey by our laws and our rules. That's insane. Insane. There's a Jewish version too? Yeah, there should be no versions. Yeah, that is illegal. Imitating a police officer, and yeah, I mean you can't do that. Magic carpets. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, at some point, we can't become a third world country. That's when we need our clubs. The American Club of Allegiance. It's when I give Sammy a call in the middle of the night. Sammy, it's going down. Please protect the guitar community. Do you play guitar, by the way? You're cool as shit, bro. Do you play? Because like again, we used to get invited all the time, like to different clubs. They were some of the best, dude. Let me tell you something. If you get in with the clubs and you're a legit honest guy and you don't mess with their women, you don't take pictures you're not supposed to, you go in there and play, they treat you like fucking royalty. They pay you double with your worth. They feed you, they give you liquor and pay you and make sure you get home safe. That's the way to fucking rock and roll, bro. Yeah, man. That's cool as shit. Do you and you play? You what do you play? You play guitar? Because then you have like Sturgis. Like I've played Sturgis and stuff before, long time ago. Like some I've played there with Quiet Riot in Sturgis many years ago. When was that? Like 98, 2000. I love Sturgis, man. One of the fucking coolest places you can ever go. Just don't fuck up there. Don't steal a bike. you won't. You won't make it home. I love Sturgis though, man. That's fun. I've been there with Slaughter. I didn't play with them, but I was there with. It's a fun place, man. I love Sturgis. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, you know. I the whole thing is everything's about an agenda, right? Everything became the government has an agenda, the insurance companies have an agenda, the schools have an agenda. Like it gets crazy. That's why you need clubs. You play in a band? Nice. Very nice. So I've played I play with I don't know, you're new, right? Have you ever seen the channel before? I play with Dave Spitz from Black Sabbath and Patrick Johansson from Ingve. We're going out on tour. It's probably the beginning of the year. Could be earlier. We do rehearsals next week sometime. It's called War Pigs. We're a Sabbath tribute to because he played in Sabbath. So we're doing the Ozzy and the Dio, both of them, and then we're doing some of their solo songs. And then I have some originals. Here, I'll play an original. I don't think you've ever heard it. So here's an original. I'll play just the first couple of it. Let me run and get a drink while you listen. So there you go. There's a part of the music I do. Yeah. There you go. So I get to take a pain pill for my back. I don't know if you know, I've been hit by a dump truck and I had surgery. And while in the middle of the surgery, you could hear that again. So in the middle of me healing, I got hit by a dump truck, and it caused like I got six bulging discs, scoliosis, and nerve damage. So I just took one of my. It's called gabapentin. Oh man, I needed that break to get up and do that. I don't know how long I can go, but I probably could go another 4 hours sitting in a chair. But yeah, so like I don't even know what my phone's down to, but yeah. So like I do actually play. I don't know if you I probably suck at right now. Let's see. Where am I? I think I gotta get that. I don't even should tighten that up. Fuck yeah, I'll go to 5 a.m. if I can. Don't take gabapentin. I have to. I have no choice. My pain, even on that, is so severe. It helps with my nerves. It's not really a healing thing, but I'm not a candidate for surgery. So they told me this is Jackson. So I'm not a candidate for surgery. So it's a problem for me. I'm only going to deteriorate over the years, they told me, unfortunately. So I'm thinking I got at least 10 more years in me. I'm 60. I don't look 60, but. Game down on that, didn't I? Yeah. Should be there about. Yeah, it's a cool Jackson. I got it. I There's a funny story behind this. I have a red Gus G Jackson with the upside down. I bought that from Guitar Center, and I saw this online on Marketplace. So I called him, and he said, "I'll give it to you for $500." So I go meet the guy, and I'm looking at him. I go, "You look really familiar." He's like, "You do too." So, and I said, I grew up with the Saigon Kick guys and everybody in my area, Oni Logan and all those guys." He goes, "Your name's Chris?" I go, "Yeah." So we start talking. We exchange numbers. He goes, "Dude, you'll never believe. I traded in my other Jackson." I go, "Was it red?" He goes, "How did you know?" I go, "I bought it." What were the chances I buy his guitar from Guitar Center? About 3 months, 2 months go by, and I end up buying this one from him too. Dylan talks, really? He was in a bad. I was wondering why he was always so like not smiley. I didn't know that. when you when I turn 100, when you turn 100 here, they actually send Social Security office out to make sure that you're actually still alive while you're collecting your own money. They pay you a visit. That's why I was like, here's the thing about that, right? I know in Florida they send Social Security people out like next year they go to visit my uncle because he's 99. They Social Security told me they send people out to go visit to make sure he's alive, that you're not getting a check and frauding them. How are all these people frauding people out of California out of voting with all the, that's crazy. Yeah, Sammy, if you want, my email is jittboy@yahoo.com. I tell everybody. So you can message me through there if you want. jittboy@yahoo.com. I didn't know he got hurt on a motorcycle accident. Dylan talks. No wonder why he's like a not like he's like not a happy-go-lucky guy. That's right. Unbelievable. Yeah, so that Dylan talks, man. I like his show. I mean, he started on the fender kick too, and then he backed off. Because I told him I kind of know him, so I gave him some personal information about the whole situation. Because I was like, I went out to Arizona. I flew out there to the custom shop, and I talked to PRS. John Mayer was there, and some other people. Because I'm with the record label, so they wanted me to talk to John and be like a liaison for the labels dealing with the situation. So I knew how that all unfolded. What makes a good bass player? How do you nail an audition? Mm. You have to be original a little bit. You have to look the part. But usually I say, back in LA, we were a dime a dozen. There was a lot of shredders. That's why I came up with the string skipping stuff, like the crazy stuff. So, and I don't know if you see what I'm doing because I'm not really playing a lot today. But if I do stuff like this, that kind of backwards and forwards string skipping, being different like that came from auditions. Because I had to separate myself from the Paul Gilberts, Marty Friedman, and Jason Beckers because I wasn't as good as them. So I would end up on these auditions with the same guys, and I looked great, but they all looked like me. So I learned at a young age to step up to the artists auditioning to me and saying this. I just want to say, thank you for auditioning all of us and giving us the opportunity and chance. I can't wait to play for you because I'm going to do one thing that all these guys can't do. I'm going to take you to the next level. Even though you're not, you have it you embedded a seed in the brain. And they're going to watch everybody and see exactly what you said. You all look the same, you all play the same, but you've made a personal connection now. You know what I mean? So, yeah, PRS is great people. So once you do that, you're embedded a seed in their brain for the audition, and they're waiting for you. And when you play well, they're gonna. What makes a good bass player? A failed guitar player. No, but if you really want to get on auditions and nail them, you got to embed seeds into people's heads, especially if you know they got some good bass players going to the audition. Yeah, ESP has some really good people too. Yeah, I only have one endorsement left. I had tons of them because I play with Expose, Quiet Riot, Rat. I play with many as a sub. I work for the record labels. I write for a lot of famous artists. And what happens is Uh, I still get to keep some of the endorsements, but they're more like I have an EVH string endorsement because I do a lot of recordings with a lot of different guitars. But they know I like Kemper and Fractal and stuff like that. So I'm playing through a Kemper direct, into the board. But they like that. They don't mind that because you can, like, if you were on earlier, I went through some of the patches, like the different effects with Fur Dog, and there's hundreds of stuff you can do with it. Atmospheric reverb, and I mean, it's crazy what that thing will do. Yeah, and planning is, yeah. I subbed with Rat, you know. So that's a weird story because Carlos Cavazzo actually went to Rat, and Frankie Benelli and his parents lived here in Plantation, Florida, and I knew Frankie from New York from coming from Rhode Island and Connecticut, and my dad was friends with his dad, so it was like a weird connection. And I was at his dad managed a company way back then, and Quiet Riot was, they went on break for a little bit, and Dragon City, he was going to play guitar with them during that period, and he just auditioned for Pretty Boy Floyd. But some of the some of the things and how it worked was I knew Frankie's dad, but I wasn't really in that kind of thing because I just was doing the dance stuff. But he saw me, goes, "Hey, I forget you play guitar. They need a sub," because what happened? Alex, their guitar player, was working for Sullivan Biggs, and he's a booking agent, so he made more money with the booking agent. Again, when you went out with Quiet Riot and they weren't really big anymore, it's $400 or $500 a show. So I mean, that's what happens. So they have a lot of fill-ins and stuff. A lot of them more or less are tribute bands now, but that's so. Like I went to GIT, met Mike Varney. I was trying to get my dad to sign the release because I was a minor right after Randy died. They're like, "You got to see this kid. He's tall, but he's 16." And they're like, "What?" And then that's how I met George Lynch out on I was showing him some of the parts. Again, it's a weird story, and it was weird how it fell into place, but it was all through Mike Varney. Again, if we didn't have Mike Varney, I wouldn't be where I'm at. You know what I mean? So, a lot of that is through Mike Varney, you know. But then Carlos was in Quiet Riot, and Kevin was pissed off that Rudy Sarzo went with Ozzy. And then when they got the band back together, Carlos wanted Rudy, and Kevin said no. So Carlos got pissed and said, "I'm not doing it unless him." And then Frankie was trying to. It was a big mess. All these bands end up in big messes. But I got to meet Warren and stuff. And he showed me when he was playing Rat, he was doing this. He was playing the chords different. So I was like, what? So I'm like, why are you playing it different when you come up? Here we go. And then you would hear somebody else like this. Playing like these big chords, and that was Robin. So like I learned a lot by playing with those guys and stuff. Lay it down. There you go. They were a great band. Oh, you got videos jamming with him before the audition? Mosner and Pretty Boy Floyd? That's funny because Dragon lives in New York. Do you know Dragon City? I'm sure he knows who he is. He just auditioned for Pretty Boy Floyd and said it was a disaster. He's not playing for him. But he was supposed to be the official guitar player coming back before Alex. Yeah, it's a great guitar. And there's another guitar you can't see. It's this Charvel. It's over here. There's more guitars. But this is a great guitar, too. And then I got this wall's got goes all the way that way with guitars. Oh, you know Mike? He's cool as shit, man. And then Quiet Riot just came, and his buddy Johnny Kelly from Typo Negative. He's playing with. He said to tell Johnny to say hi, but I didn't get to go back there. They weren't seeing anybody. Yeah, Dragon City. Mike's cool as shit. Oh, you're friends with Richie? That's funny. Because I'm friends with George. that's a, that's his dad-in-law. What a weird thing that is, right? Like, how do you treat George? He's your father-in-law. You married his daughter. That's crazy. No, I'm not doing nothing with Quiet Riot. I'm playing with Day Spitz and Patrick. It's called War Pigs. Like, my days of subbing are pretty much over. I'm not. My back is so shot. So, with Patrick and Dave, since they're older too, I can go out. So we're trying to book up the coast. We'll do like 4 to 6 shows, and then we'll stop. We'll wait 2 or 3 weeks, do another 4 or 6 shows, then maybe cut across. Go out, wait a week or two, do 4 or 6 shows in LA, come back through like the Texas area, do 4 or 6 shows. You listen to some of your old vid. Was it your videos? I said, no, you play well, Michael. You got that Van Halen shit down. I think you do Van Halen better than me. I don't even remember like all the parts and like let's see. Cheese on my nose? Why should I rub cheese on my nose? Cheese? Nah, you play it better than me. I can play certain stuff from Van Halen. I can't. I don't remember. That's probably one of my favorite songs by Halen. Rub cheese on your nose. Why? I don't get that. Cheese? It's like the sound from every guitar you pick up will make. It's good for your body? I don't know about that. I don't know about cheese good for your body. How come no one plays the hardest part in Vancouver? Yeah. No, I'm in Florida. Yeah, I play the Bay Area. Rubbing cheese on your nose sounds more of like a fetish to me. You're not one of those like fluffies, are you? What is it called, a fluffy? Fuzzy? Fluffy? Then at least you rub cheese on your guitar. Oh, see, the arm fell down. It's limp. Maybe it does need some cheese. A furry? Is that it? Could you be a metal furry? Is that possible? I don't. I've just heard it. Is this the best playing guitar? No. They all feel the same to me. You just think I should rub cheese on my nose? The Jackson is nice. It's a very nice guitar. I got a Jackson over there with this guitar. This guitar is really nice too. But I mean, it's hard to say because I usually. Bad Boy Eddie? No, I didn't know him. I know Gary Holt, though. He plays at Stet Howland's bar a lot. Yeah. Exodus. Dude, they were a great band too. No one talks about them. Like all the old metal bands, Exodus, Armored Saint. There were a lot of great bands, man. I played in a band called Raffin when I was a kid. I think I was 14. It was me, Mark, and Donnie Hamzig from Manowar. But Gary plays over on the West Coast in Stet Howland. Stet Howland was the drummer for Priest and Wasp. He's a friend of mine too. Stet's cool as shit too. I've done shows with him. I don't know about the cheese on your nose thing, man. They used to bite. The only cheese I really like is money. I do like a good provolone on my meatball sub, though. But I like to eat it. Not on my nose. I have over 400 guitars. I lost count because I keep buying guitars every week. Trickster, too. I'm friends with Gus. Mark Gus. That's funny, man. You've rubbed barbecue salve on your Les Paul? Dangerous Toys. Another great band no one talks about anymore. I love Dangerous Toys. Yeah, man. Nice. Yeah, I lost count. It's over 400. The last time I checked, I was like 427, but I know I bought at least 15, maybe more guitars since then. No, I can't. Some of them I can't touch. Some are worth up to $1 million. Yeah, man, for real. Mark Gus is cool as shit, man. And I got, you know who else from the Tampa Bay that I was friends with was Sabotage. I just talked to Doc from Sabotage. He's up in the Carolinas. He's got Cherokee Pawn. They do guns up there. He's into the gun business, gun pawn or something. Doc is cool as shit too. 15 more. There's about 20 or 30 in this room, but I lose count. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31 guitars in here. Two 4x12s. I don't think I've rubbed cheese on there. Here's a cool Jackson from let me see, from Japan. It's just sitting over there. That was EMGs. That's sitting right here. This guitar, I had to sand the neck down a little more. This is a badass guitar too. ESPs, yeah, not in here though. Do I have any? No, I don't. I don't have any ESPs in here. I like ESPs though. Got me 30, 40. Hey, you can only play one at a time. Rub cheese on them on camera. By the way, you got timed out on really for telling people to rub cheese on their noses. Nah, I wouldn't do that to you. It's kind of funny actually. But what's a metal is superior genre? Where'd you come up with that name? The RG 550. Oh, Ibanez 550. They got one. They got a purple one, that chameleon one, up at the Guitar Center. They told me I could have it for 1,000 with the case. I might buy it. Yeah, that plays really good. A 62 SG serial '06. Damn, that's worth some money. Tracy Guns traded you that for the Marshall. What, Tuesday? I'm getting close to the clear bumper sticker sticky tape to protect the sharp edges. My mom made me change it from my real name. Just as long as you're not a pedo on Minecraft. You can have all the cheese you want. What's in my pocket? I got a pen in there. Who knew? I must have signed something. She made you change your name to your real name? What's your real name? Cheese It? That's what your name should be. Cheese It. Should I buy an X Series Randy Rhoads? It depends. I don't know what I know the 24 is 24 fret. I'm really good. I do stuff. I play in a lot of. I used to play in a lot of. So I'll show you. Here's string skipping. That's backwards and forwards. There you go. This one, it's a maple neck, but I think this was rosewood. I'm a little rusty. Maybe I should rub cheese on my neck. On my nose. Nah, it's better you say private. I tried to do that on here. It's hard. The more subscribers you get, the more, you know. But I got Sammy now. He's my new friend. So if anyone thinks funny of going after my kid, I call him and he takes care. I'm rusty. I haven't played in days. Yeah. I got called out, but I had to call the FBI because Because what happened is, so some people don't understand, I have ties all the way up through my cousin into Trump. And because of my family ties, my dad was a police major. Um, and then I was associated with the music industry, and I was friends with people on both sides, meaning good and bad people. So that was like an issue for my father, and my uncle was on the Ways and Means Committee and Senate, and my cousin was the golf pro to Trump, and so I had people coming on here, and they threatened me in emails. So the FBI took care of that right away. If I could only have two guitars, which one would they be? Oh, you've seen my shows? I that's a fucking great question. Well, it would be the two magic guitars that could keep me young forever. They'd have to have some kind of witchery spell or something on there. I don't know. What guitars? I don't know. If I had two, I'd probably take an acoustic and an electric. I don't know. I have a 57 Strat that's never been touched, so I could get $1,000,000 for that. But it's not my favorite guitar because I've never played it or touched it. So what would be, man, my favorite guitars to play? Well, I probably sold one, and that was my Zion when I had my endorsement deal. I thought I wasn't going to play music no more, and I sold all my stuff. I should have kept that one. If I rub cheese on my nose, it'll keep me young forever. Man, you're awful convincing, bro. I saw his latest video on how he called. It was something weird. He had his hands above his head saying, "I have to tell you something," or something like that. Your two would be your Charvel Model 1. Oh, and a 70 Les Paul. Nice. I think Les Pauls were the best in the 70s. I have to agree with that. Because that's when they were made in Kalamazoo. After that, it became the Northern era in the 80s, and they fucked up a lot. So I'm getting warmed up. I've been sick for a couple days, so I haven't played. Yeah, the set like the Randy Rhoads custom. I think that was a 72 or 73. And I have the Japanese version. It's one of the better Les Pauls. For sure. Man, I went a long time. Medicine can make you do crazy things. I couldn't sleep, so I'm wide awake. What time did I sleep till? 10, 11. Let's see, I got more music on here. Let's see. I have to load it though. Let's see, menu. Let's go to menu. Let's see. We'll go to song, yes. Load, yes. We can go up one. What band did I open for when I was just playing? Like recently, Sabbath Nights. But then I got called to back up Joe Perry. He did a couple shows with his bass player's band. Would I miss him? My Nelly weighs more like. Who is blocked? Somebody got blocked. Paul O'Neill from TSO. Oh, let you play 72. It was great, yeah. Band wise. Yeah, band wise, I just was that the last shows I did were the Aerosmith thing and then the Sabbath Nights. Can I play Doris Day tunes? Only if you pay me a lot of money. I've written songs for Tom Jones and Celine Dion too. I'm not playing those either. I don't watch them at all. Who are you guys talking about? Who was blocked? I'm curious. Strumming? Strumming? I don't know who was blocked. I'm missing part of the conversation. Is that Jared James Nichols? Les Paul in the corner? What? Which one? The purple? Or the one next, the white one? Which one? No, there's no Jared James Les Pauls in here. He ain't good enough. He ain't ever wrote a hit and he plays the same old shit I've heard a million. He's a nice guy though. Oh, this one? No, that's a Gretsch, bro. I know what you're talking about now. That's a Gretsch. The cream one. That's a Gretsch. That's a $200 Gretsch. I know what you're talking about now. The one pickup thing. Can I reach it? This one. This is a $200 Gretsch that I put a DiMarzio in. Which, actually, I got the plate I got to put back on over there. Oh, Retchel. Yeah, I saw his last video, I think. You just like his guitar? Yeah, it's a cool guitar. This is a Fender, though. Red. I think they call this a Jet series. fix basic guitars? Let me see. Let's see. Can we do this? Is that, what is that? Oh no, that's a straight. Where's my tools? I need a straight screwdriver. What did I do with my tools? I don't know. We'll have to fix it later. Fix it later. I don't know. But it's a great guitar. The neck feels like a Gibson. The only thing I think is really bad on here was the pickup and the tuners. I'm going to replace the tuners. See how it sound like it's going out of tune? Request? It depends what it is. I'm not getting naked. Let's see. See if we can hang that back up. I got a Schecter down there too that you can't see. I should pull that out. This is a cool guitar too. I haven't played this in a while. Best of both worlds. I used to know that. I haven't played that forever. Sorry, my brother got a hold of my keyboard. My Strat, I got a couple of them. That one I'm going to put away. That was on the most recorded hits I wrote. The Strat, that's a purple, that's a custom. I'll pull it up so you can see it. It's usually, I got two guitars that were the most recorded guitars. I won't be able to get that. I have a Kiesel Aries that I put away, that's the second one I'm gonna put away. Between those guitars, it's probably between 70 and 100 hits somewhere. Number ones. Yeah, it's a purple Strat. But there's a black one there too. I had a black Fender Tele, a black Fender Strat, Jackson Strats. There's all guitars everywhere. It's like a fucking hoard house. The guitar hoarder of the year is me. Let's see. I probably could get it now. I just don't want that to fall. Let's see. Can I get it? That is the question. Without destroying anything. So let's hang this up. Don't pull the speakers. Can I get it? Yeah, this one's gonna go away. Are you talking about this one that was hidden? Or the pink one? This guitar I've had for a long time. But this has been on the most recorded songs ever. This one was I had before the Kiesel. So it's got a Floyd Rose, it's got a Pearly Gates, it's got two noiseless pickups. It's a tune-up. It's not locked down. Yeah, sorry, it's not locked down. My bad. My bad. I made it go out of tune. I got a black one down here. Let's switch them. Because I got to put this away anyway. Let's see. Now I know this one's definitely locked down. It's the Guitar House Maze. It's a maze of guitars. This is called the USA Prodigy. This has a Bill Lawrence in it. It's a USA Fender. My delay setting? It's +1. Guitar hoarding's a good thing. Yeah, I wrote a lot of hit songs. They call me Smiley in the business. That's my nickname. So I created the Expose band, the dance band in the 80s. I'm a GIT kid. I went to school. I ended up, Paul Gilbert and them came there. I ended up meeting Becker and all those guys, and Marty Friedman through Mike Varney. My dad wouldn't sign the release papers. I was supposed to be the guitar player for Ozzy. Nothing panned out except expose. And then after that, I retired and I filled in for a bunch of bands. And I came back and I started ended up running for a bunch of bands and people. That's a studio custom. That's probably my favorite Les Paul I own. And then the honey burst looking thing behind me is a Gibson Burst Brothers R9. And then there's a purple one that's a Tommy Thayer Les Paul from Kiss, his signature Les Paul. And then I got a gold top Les Paul over there. Then I got my the 57's gone. I have a 57 Les Paul that's being worked on. There's some PRS's, Jacksons, about 5 or 6 more guitars in there. So they're white Duncans in that. They're pearly gates. They're white Duncans. It's got clear covers on it, locking tuners, a Butler string tree. It's got all copper sealed that you can see through the plates. It's got a mirror pick guard, mirrored knobs on there. Sounds better when you're driving, right? This one stays in tune well. You can get this for about $800-900, the USA Fender. I mean, you're not gonna have the Bill Lawrence in there. Man, I'm rusty. Again, I've been sick for days. Laying on a couch. Pink. The pink one is a That's a Squire 50 Vibes. It's a, I guess, limited edition. It's all made of pine. That's another cool guitar. But I can't. Oh my! I only got 10% left on my phone. Now I have some. Whatever. I'm not a picky guy. If I like something and if it looks cool and it plays good, I buy it. Man, I suck. I hate when I can't play for days like that. I get my hands don't want to move. They're rusty. But that a lot of people don't see the bad days. Again, you know what I mean? Like everyone, the lawyers might go, "Oh, look, he's done a really long live stream." Yeah, I woke up really Yeah, I have tons of guitars, but you got to remember, I played with a lot of different bands, but I wrote a lot of different genres of music. My forte was pop and country. I made a lot of money doing that for the labels. I wrote for a lot of different labels. So if I'm playing, or if I'm playing. Like more of a country blues vibe. More of that kind of stuff, or I'm playing like. Depending on what you're playing. You know what I mean? Yeah, some are more output on the pickup, some are different sounding. Like this is a real Bill Lawrence. So that's why I did a trade with this, because I like the sound of it. this is very diverse. You can play like that kind of stuff and shred on it. But there's still a ton of more guitars. There's a couple tellies over there. I'll leave the purple over there. I can put this baby back here. The white one is my all-time favorite Les Paul. I'm not going to make that. So we'll do this. I can do this. She'll be safe there. That I can reach. There's a mirror guitar down there too. I don't know if you guys can see the mirror guitar that was under it. That's a Mineric. That's a 1 out of 30 handmade. That's cool guitar. But see, this is a studio, but I sent it back to the custom shop. It's got a Butler string tree. It's got locking vintage style tuners that are pearl. This is all mirrored knobs, and then it's got the copper in the back and a nice new dent. Now I don't know which way, that way. Well, it's got this is a cool guitar. Nah. It was the purple Strat, but that was for writing and stuff. And my keys. So I'm going to put those away. I'm going to sign them because I have a kid. So he'll get those, and he has a list of all the songs with the NDAs and everything. So I write for a lot of labels and artists. So like if I wrote for, say, Beyonce, I have to sign an NDA because I'm a rock guy and they don't want me affiliated with her because they think it's bad for her image. So I sign an NDA, and it's got everything in the info, and it's recorded on the purple Strat. So he has lists. There'll be 2 lists. One goes in with the Kiesel, one goes in with the purple Strat. He can do whatever he wants with them when he's old enough. This is my favorite Les Paul. I got 57s and 59s worth, a lot of money, but this guitar. Yeah. I have a couple of the Gibson bucket heads, but they're put away. I have a warehouse. Rusty. Yeah. Send me an email, brother. It's my pleasure talking to you, bro. You suck. out. I haven't played it in a while. The other Les Paul that I have in here that I like to play is my Gold Top. It's not an expensive one. It's a studio tribute. I haven't played it in a while though. So I do have quite a bit of Les Pauls in fact. And just this it's just clean. You can't ever say anything bad about most of the Les Pauls. That's about half of the guitars. You got a Gold Top Les Paul? Oh, it's your dream guitar? Yeah, and this is just like a tribute one, but I got this for a really good deal, and when I heard the thing about it was the sound of it. It was heavy, but like clean and articulate. Acoustically, you can probably hear that picking up in the mic. It's loud. Hard to see the numbers. 2010. 2010. I got a 57 Gold Top too. The 57's not here. I bought it from my cousin. It's in poor shape. I sent it out to a luthier to look at. Hopefully he can fix it. Now this sounds as good as the white one, but it doesn't feel as good as the white one. this sounds really good. I haven't even adjusted this. '57 was my cousin's. You can see it in older videos. My cousin is 77. I take care of his dad, which is my uncle who just turned 99, because he's in no shape. He has no money. He has nothing. He has dementia. So he wanted 100,000. I said, let me see it first. And I told him, dude, it looked like he dragged it behind a car. I mean, and then there was all kinds of issues. There was a headstock crack. The rosewood was all ate up, and he left it in a non-humified warehouse for like 20 years. Not even in a case. And the guitar got all beat to shit. But it's still worth it. I gave him like $37K to help him out. Everything I do is under a microscope. Oh yeah, for sure. And right now I get it. If you've seen me before, I suck compared to what I normally play like. Yeah, my uncle is my dad's brother. He's a war veteran. He's a merchant marine. He was in the Marines. My dad was in the military, Black Ops. So it's expected, you know. Thank God he has, you know, a little bit of money, but not enough to cover his expenses. So a private nursing home, like a semi-private, is $5,000-$6,000, somewhere between that a month. So if you're on Social Security like him and you retired in the 1980, you're getting, with your military check, $900 a month. So do the math. But he likes it there, so. See, my hands hurt to stretch too. It sounds fine. Yeah, but for me it's bad. It feels bad. And I know some of it, the licks that I'm doing aren't up to what I normally do. Yeah, it's very articulate. Yeah, I have unreleased songs here. These are the songs that are going out with War Pigs. So I'll play you some. Allison loves them. Right? So here's some more. There's like 5 on here. These are just clips of them. Must be half step down. JK trolling? What's that mean? It's just simple stuff. It's all like kind of music. Some little licks. I try to play with the tracks, you know, as far as the drum track is going, so my licks are really short. I try never to take away from the song. Stuff like that. Throw the licks in like that real quick. Yeah, so all that you hear, that's all me. The drums, the guitars, the bass, all that's me. I record it here, going into my board, into Pro Tools, using a Tascam 24. Yeah. Slide drums. This guitar, I don't know what the pickups are. I don't know anything about this guitar. It was used. I bought it used, and it sounds really clear. Like, I've never had a Gibson sound so bassy but tight. And articulate. Yeah, I play with Dave Spitz from Black Sabbath and Patrick Johansson from Yngwie Malmsteen. They're in my band, but they're not on the tracks. They weren't good enough. No, I was doing this on my own so that it was easier for me to record it. Now, when we go to rehearse it, we start rehearsals. So we have a band called War Pigs. We do Ozzy and Sabbath with Dio, and because Dave is from Black Sabbath, the band's called War Pigs, and then we have this original stuff that's going out with us. And the singer's working on some of this stuff now. But the main goal is the War Pigs, and then we'll go out with this. Yeah. If you look in my videos, and if you type in Jipboy1, my channel name, and type in Jipboy1, Dave Spitz, there's a live stream with him at my house here, talking. So you know it's real. Because a lot of people are like, fuck you, you're lying, blah, blah, blah. So I brought him in here and we did an interview. Patrick Johansson from Yngwie Malmsteen. So coming up, I got him coming here. We're going to do a live stream with him. You can go back and there's a video of me waking Patrick up. I'm like, what are you doing? Sleeping. It's funny shit. You know, he was actually sleeping because I've been friends with these guys for a long time. So I've been with them. Oh, the Dave Spitz one? Yeah, everybody loved that. He's like a regular guy, you know, and it's fun to hang out with him, and he's a really cool dude. So for me, being this late in the game, as far as doing this all over again, I wanted to do it with people that I actually enjoy being around. You know what I mean? Not that I wasn't, Terry from XYZ is really nice, George Lynch is nice, and some of those cats, but I wanted to do it with the guys I hang out with that are like me. Yeah. So now you know where all the guitar and the studio stuff comes from when you're playing. That's all GIT old stuff. out with Eddie in 5150 Studios. He used to come to GIT all the time and play. I wasn't friends with him, but I got to hang out with him a lot. Yeah, I try to make it. I'm not Eddie, so I try to make everybody me. Because I'm me. It's hard to do on a Les Paul. That's hard to do on a Les Paul. My thoughts on Philip McKnight? I think he's a tool. He can be okay, but he's a backtracker. I think he's out for himself. I think he's trying to get a job at Guitar Center. Let me do this real quick for you guys that just came on here. I'm going to do this real quick in the link so you can see. Let's see. Copy. You're going to see something pop up in the chat right now. See that highlighted comment? That's the actual Fender cease and desist letter that was sent to LSL. LSL. In the letter, Philip McKnight lied about everything that's in there. There's no destruction of guitars. There's nothing about that. That was only in Europe. They caught in Europe and Germany. They caught some company trying to send Allied guitars, which were exact Fender copies with the Fender logo on the headstock. No one has this right. Everyone's lying about it. That's the 18-page letter. The first 9 pages are in German. The second 9 pages are in English. Philip McKnight held up one redacted front page. He didn't show you everything because he's a bullshitter. So that's what I think of Phil now. I think he's a bullshitter out for himself. He's got an agenda. Now, he seems like a nice guy, but so did Jeffrey Dahmer to all those girls that got in his car. I'm not calling him a Jeffrey Dahmer, but there's always a snake in the grass looking out for themselves. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. I'm the real deal. I played with all kinds of major label bands. I've done it all. At this point in my career, I could give two shits what people think. I'm not here for self-gain. My channel is not even monetized. I make no money. That's why you don't get no commercials. You watch my video, there's no commercials. I'm not in it for the money. I have plenty of money. I'm not going to make... I could never make them... If I had 100 YouTube channels that were the size of Mr. Beast, I still couldn't make the money I made in the industry. So I'm not out for self-gain. I'm not out for anything. I'm out for the truth. And there's the letter to prove that to you that he lied. Now, Steve from Bellatone Guitars is coming on this channel. You know the one that McKnight packaged up real quick? He's coming on this channel. Now, I'm going to let him bring some guitars and talk some statistics. He doesn't want to talk about Phil right now because he got death threats from over that whole thing. And that's my favorite drummer. Will Patrick get mad at me? I like Morgan Rose from Seven Dust. He's one of my favorite drummers of all time. Alex was really good. Alex was clever because of the swing beats that he threw in rock and roll. But my favorite drummer to watch is Morgan Rose from Seven Dust. So that whole thing and what he said about the Canadian Guitar Company and this and that, they're not even Canadian, Lemon Lust. They're from Miami. Bellotone Guitars. I thought they were. So he lied about even where they existed. Yeah, man. He's a bullshitter. Oh, you mean, what? Morgan Rose? Have you ever seen Morgan Rose? Yeah, Mike Portnoy's a great drummer. And I actually, technically wise, Chris Mangini that I've played with, the drummer that replaced Mike Portnoy in drum theater, is a friend of mine. He lived in Deerfield Beach, Florida, which is 5 minutes from me. He's technically a better drummer than Mike, but Portnoy has a different feel. He's got a great feel. Mike Mangini was very technical. He was like a metronome, where Portnoy like was a metronome, but he was like a feel. He listened to the music more. Mick Fleetwood was awesome too. I like him too. I'm not a snob. Like a lot of people talk shit about you're not like technical players, and I'm like, you don't have to be technical to be famous. Look at the Ramones, man. Yeah, my battery's about to die too. I don't even know how many minutes. If the live stream goes dead, you know my phone went dust. Yeah, man, Genie was a beast. I'm surprised. Here's the thing about Mangini. I'm surprised Rush didn't pick him up. He would have been an incredible fit for Rush, Mike Mangini. Oh my God. Could you imagine? I mean, the Annika girl's okay, and she does a decent job, but she's stiff. If you watch Mike Mangini, I wanted to call him Chris, but Mike Mangini, he would have been a great drummer for Rush. Why didn't they pick him? Or maybe they offered it and he said no. I don't know. Because at that point, you're just a hired player. You know what I mean? At least with Dream Theater, you get the right. Yeah, I agree. I love drummers for who they are. If you're innovative and you're a leader and not a follower,